live witness testimony, and these are all compiled from all over the world, little snippets of people's encounters with UFOs, with radiation beams. Enjoy.
On the log.
Yeah.
And then we saw something shiny, so we all ran down over there.
And it was in the early morning?
It was at that time.
Yeah.
And then we saw something shiny. And we saw two people. They were in tight black suit. And they had big eyes. And we didn't actually see their nose. It was quite small. And their mouth was quite small as well. One of them was running in slow motion up across the ship. And the other one was standing beside the ship.
Yeah, you made a drawing, huh? They looked like this?
Yeah, something like that. I couldn't see the eyes or the nose or the mouth. It was just blank, like a piece of paper.
Well, when they came, I thought they were crazy.
Was it the first thing you saw?
I thought they were crazy just coming to our school doing nothing. And all I saw was something like silver coming down, and I said, what must that be? And everybody's crowding it. I must go crowd too. And then I went and I started crowding, and everybody, then more people came more. And then I said, hey, I can't see anymore. Come on, somebody, I'm sure. Come on. And then I went to the front and I started seeing more of them, and then I just ran away.
The day before the spaceship came, my friends and I were sitting in the playground, and one of my friends, her name Emily, she looks up into the sky and she said, oh, there's a UFO. She said, I looked at it and she said, no, just kidding, it's an airplane. And we looked up and I thought to myself, that can't be an airplane because it was very shiny. It looked kind of like a cigarette, you know? It was a long thing and then on the end it was all shiny. And so I said, maybe it is a UFO. So we were all kind of like getting scared now. And then the day that it happened, then we started thinking, yeah, there must have been a UFO in the sky. Because my brother also saw it, but he's left the school.
It was looked like a large shape, looked like a plate, so like two plates that was looked like on top of each other. Then there was looked like the hedge for it, and there was looked like in between two trees. But you couldn't see that clearly, it was just silver all over. I didn't see any men or something like that.
You saw one UFO that's surrounded by little ones?
One spaceship.
Yeah.
Little ones sitting on the ground.
Yeah, let me see a drawing. One big one.
One big ship and then small ones. There were lights surrounding the ship.
Like shawls, huh? This is shawls drawing. Yeah. Okay, one landed, the big one landed, and the two aliens came out.
Yes.
And what happened with the little ones?
The little ones, they were just flowing around the air. Yeah, they didn't touch the ground.
And these made the silver lights?
Yeah, they made from different colored lights, like green and red, green, then they go to blue, and then they go purple and red.
But it was going like each one to each one, but quickly.
Like we'll go there and then we'll vanish, and then we'll go there and vanish, and then we'll vanish.
But going quickly. I can think it was one shot. Yeah, very small.
Okay, chemist drawing. Were they yellow?
No, I didn't have a silver crayon, so I did it yellow.
So, what happened? You came home and you told your parents?
Yes.
Your mom didn't believe you?
My mom also.
Is that hard? Because if you see something and nobody believes you, what happens?
Well, yeah, you feel sad. You feel really sad.
You start to think as if it wasn't true. Yeah. People say to me that it wasn't true, so you think it wasn't true.
And then you think that you're mad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then also that get all upset.
Yeah, and everyone starts teasing. And my friends over the road, when I go there and I tell them about it, they say, oh, you believe in aliens, so it's stupid.
You've seen too many movies.
Yeah.
Well, so nobody in your neighborhood who believed you?
My mom and dad, my granny and my granddad, my uncle. Where the spaceship had landed, all the insects and ants and stuff like that were all dead, and there was a huge black mark there. And my mom said it might have just been a fire there, but I don't think there was. I think it was the alien ship.
Yeah. You have gone to the place, of course, and have you seen anything?
We weren't allowed to.
Evidence, I mean, that it was there?
Some other people came to the school and they went out to the boundary of the playground. They went to go and see what had happened there, and they saw that the grass was burnt and all living things had died there in that area. Him and his parents and his brother and sister all believed me. And my mother just didn't believe me, but my dad didn't believe anything I said. Anything.
And did you describe it to them? Exactly what happened?
Yeah, and I drew it on a paper and I said, Daddy, this is what it looked like. And then he drew it as well and he said, Michael, I think you're telling the truth now. And then that's all he said of it, and that's all.
Who was scared? Not all of you, though. Who was dreaming about it since then?
Yes.
In a bad way? Yeah, in a bad way? No, but you told me first in a bad way. Why? You have nightmares about it?
Yes, I used to, but then after about a year I stopped dreaming about it.
Mm-hmm.
I dreamt that the same one I saw without hair, he came into my bedroom and took me from my bed.
Did you dream that?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then I just screamed. I woke up and screamed.
What did your mom say?
Well, she just kept on saying it was a nightmare. She didn't really believe me.
I wasn't scared of it.
No, not at all.
Nothing. It was all fun to me.
I heard this lady on TV, I think it was still dark, and she said this lady got kidnapped and she had babies that were aliens.
That's where you're afraid of.
Yes. I think the aliens came because they're curious like us, and well, they want to learn about us and we want to learn about them. Some people say that people are saying that the aliens came to warn us when something's going to happen, that something bad is going to happen to the earth. I think they came here to try and warn us that the children matter, because we're here for a long time till we die, to warn us that when we're older, there's something going to happen to the earth. Yeah, not to pollute, because we're young, we can still prevent it. Yeah.
Do you still have all that feeling that as a child you can do a lot?
Yes. I have.
Yeah? Do you feel as a child, do you feel privileged? Or do you think next time if the universe is coming, please go to another school? You feel privileged that you saw?
I'd love to have that. I think this time's closer.
You don't
I want to know, when are we going to be on TV?
You are on
We sent you the cassette.
I think this is the destination to travel. I don't think you can see that there. So good. There's no difference. That's that's interesting because the child is called the backing of the life, you see. And, Okay, interesting. All of them saw the figures.
Those in line with our electric program.
Yes, you see, because what the investigators, how right we are, they know that, what's that?
Maybe something
Because they look very large, sit like rugby balls, which they are, because they're that way. Well, that's a nice drawing. Got like to speak talents, yeah? And it's more difficult. This to me is the impression that I spoke to John Spencer last night, and John Spencer told me that they have a very interesting place in England where the actual creatures were at a great distance away. But the children saw them play too. So there's a time discrepancy. But this, I would say, you wouldn't be able to see.
As I said to him yesterday, I do believe the children still coming. I personally wasn't out there. But my only main concern is the fact that their imaginations might not get carried away.
And even then,
But I do feel that something might actually get able to see what they are. That we couldn't explain what it was.
you see, the kids will learn something better than anybody else, and they're the ones that have a very good imagination. In 1979, I did with Hillary Evans, a lot of the top British people were involved in Wales, and the children had the same sort of thing. I saw the headmaster of the local school, they had it in the newspapers, and everybody laughed. And when I went down 3 times and spoke to the children, one of the things that their class teacher said was that sooner or later the children come out and say, we didn't really. And these kids are now 19, 20 years old. And she said, never denied what they saw. It's very exciting because we could, they said, could be the biggest story in the world. Well, I think Camille said that.
Estamos con el chef lo que vivo era más rápido. No hay más preparado.
No, I just wondered because he was the one that said to me.
These are very important, so we say
Did you all see something?
Yes.
Can you do something briefly because just essential names and what you saw?
Nathaniel Hudson.
What did you see?
There was some like ship landing on the ground.
Why do you say shape? Did it have a shape?
Yes.
Not what?
It was. It had a long top and it was flat around the sides.
It was around the side.
Just like so like a platform coming out of the side.
Did you see anything else?
Yes, we saw a black man wearing
A little man or what?
for when we looked, it was about this small, but we were not there. So it was about our size.
Could you see his face?
Yeah.
What did you make?
And then looking out, I didn't see the special, but I saw the one that he looked. He was all black and it looked like he had long hair.
Could you see his face?
Yeah.
Just in a black, what was he wearing?
It just looked like he had long hair and he was black.
But he wasn't naked.
Yeah.
What did he have on?
No, that's all that
Have you really seen that?
yeah.
Why? Was he among the trees?
It just was like a shadow. It just showed a shadow.
What did you mean? And you also saw this creature. What did you think it was?
I don't know really.
Did you see the thing that whatever it was there?
Yes, I feel growing. I was walking up to the car and I just saw flashes inside my eye. And that's really where also.
But you didn't see anything on the ground.
No, I saw it just the shadow.
What's your name?
I'm Emma Manning, and I saw this silver thing in amongst this clump of trees with this one thing sitting on the side and another thing sort of like running up and down the top.
When you say thing, was it a fallen of some sort?
Yeah, it almost looked like a real person, except it was very plump.
Yeah, really. And what did you think it was? What were your thoughts?
At first I thought it was just some boy from the compound playing around, but the hair was, it looked more like our hair. It wasn't curly, you know, that thing almost looked like a hippie.
Your name?
My name is Omar. I saw the little black men. They had longish hair and it was all black, and they had big black eyes. That's what I saw. I saw a glimpse. They kind of turned around and stayed and then went back into a kind of like ship. There was like sort of one big one, like quite a few little ones, and they were all scattered around.
When you say you had big eyes, show me with your hand. The size completely
Oval, kind of like that.
oval.
Yes.
And could you see anything else on the face?
No, I couldn't. All I could see was his hair, and then he turned around, and then he
Were you afraid?
yes, I was.
What did you think it was?
Well, everybody was saying that there were UFOs and everything, so
Other people say they're UFOs.
yeah, and people were coming around telling me, we were in the classroom where I ran out, and I saw it. I did think they were UFOs. I did see them.
Were you perhaps influenced by what the other children have said?
Sort of, but I did definitely see
What you saw?
what I saw, yes.
What we all 13?
Yes.
What is your name?
Sure. I
What did you see?
saw something float on the ground amongst the trees, and the person was black. And that's all I saw.
You saw a person alongside the silver thing.
Yeah.
What did the silver thing look like?
It looked like a saucer, but the shape wasn't really round.
Have you heard about UFOs before this?
No.
You didn't know anything about it, so it was something quite new to you. Were you afraid?
Yes.
What did you do? Did you run to fetch some teachers, or you just stayed with the other children?
We were out of shape.
Okay, thank you.
Unfortunately, we've actually had staff meeting at this particular point in time. So, to my knowledge, there wasn't anybody else actually. I think they were aware of it much later.
You didn't at the time,
At the time it happened, no, because as I said, we were in India in the middle of the storm. And I became aware about an hour later. And here at lunchtime, a few of the children told their parents when they came to collect them. A few of the parents took a wander down there to see if they could see anything. That is when I really became concerned, because if there was something there, I didn't really want everybody camping down there.
can you tell me, what was your attitude to the whole concept of people from other planets, other dimensions coming to Earth? Are you totally skeptical, or have you always had a big open mind?
I believe it can happen. I am skeptical to a point, but I do believe it could happen. And I do believe that the children here today believe themselves that they did see something. I'm totally convinced of that.
We'd like to go down to the area if we may, because we've got some electrical equipment, just to measure, guided counting at any radio at activity that I think for the moment you should keep everybody away until we've had some analysis, you know, of what's going on. Okay.
You want to, you said,
Emma, yes, was of the drawing. In fact, John Spencer, the head of the Fora, phoned yesterday, and Mr. Leach had very kindly sent fax down all these pictures, and they picked those two out particularly, and I find many interesting drawings there. So I think if I can just go through them again before I leave, and just to ask you to ask children certain questions on those particular drawings. Okay? Also, America's been on the line. We've spoken to America, they're phoning tonight. I think you might find that the school is going to become, to Mr. Leach, a hive of activity very shortly. Okay, sorry about the disruption. No problem. But they did tell me from London this would be the biggest story of the 20th century.
they're marketing, so I'm probably correct, whatever it is. They want to keep the school going next time.
Yes, I don't think they interfere with the children. The main thing is to try and get stories. I find girls' descriptions are slightly different from the boys, which is obvious. We want to try and measure the distance where the thing was seen, and then some of us might equipment we'd like to read if there's any metal, if there's any radioactivity. And if there is, we'll just keep away from that area for the moment. But all I want to do, nobody should panic. We don't know what it is, and it could be just there was a Russian satellite went up on the 27th of August, and it's a possibility something came down, but it would not account for the February storm. And I think it's time the world woke up that something is going on, and they don't all think I'm a truly character. We are ladies that call me here.
Alright, so, Mr. Vernon, if you could just take a breath and just
I'm mind about the Thursday.
some of the children said actually sort of Thursday as well, which is the day before.
Yeah,
I think I was about shy about that.
yeah.
You see how far the road is, and then like this one here, it's got what you saw on Thursday, and that's basically what you saw on Friday.
After pencil in the sky, yeah. Must be, that was Emma. Oh, Emma, Christensen, yes, because your drawing was particularly interesting. They have asked me about it. You saw in your drawing, you've got not only the main object there, but you've got several others. Now, did you see these coming down, or did you see them in the sky?
I saw them disappear. They went 1 meter up from the ground and then they just disappeared.
They went 1 meter up and then disappeared. And you saw this creature?
Yes, it was really very shiny black.
Shiny black
Shiny black.
suit.
Kind of suit.
Would you say it was like a ordinary suit that was like what Mr. Matthews wearing? What would you call the type of clothing?
I'm not sure. He was really,
Have you ever seen divers going into the sea?
oh, yes, like that.
Was it like that, or was it like an overall? Or a tight-fitting suit?
It was tight-fitting.
The tight-fitting, and it was shiny. Could you see his face?
Well, I only saw glimpses of it.
And you don't remember any individual features?
Well, I only remember that his eyes were quite big.
Absolutely. And were you afraid?
I was a little afraid.
What did you think it was?
I don't know, I just thought it was some kind of alien from the planet.
So you knew about the UFOs?
Yes,
You watched on television?
yes.
Do you think that influenced you? Or you weren't thinking about it?
I was thinking about it.
Okay. Thanks, Emma.
And Lisa was that one, Lisa was
And Lisa Phillips. And what did you see?
Well, I saw on the silver thing with this shape, it was lying down like this inside, and I saw a black man. He was just in black, and he had big eyes.
Show me with your hand how big the eyes
They
were.
were shaped like something like that.
What did you think it was?
Well, I thought twice. I thought it was an alien, and then I thought maybe it was the god or something.
You first thought it was an alien, and then you thought it was a gardener. Well, I have to look at the gardener. Thank you very much. Right, yes. What did you think of? You got it, and Emma we actually saw it again. That's why I want to talk about that. You know, remember the picture of the electric light? Here, this is the electric light. It's in between the grasses and the soft behind the fire. it's nothing to do with it that's broken down there. Where did they make you?
I was standing at the table and I mixed some with the teacher in the school. But I mixed them there and I saw the same one, but you could see it from both sides.
Do you think it moved from one side to the other? No. They might have been choosing. What are the questions about this one little Well, I certainly believe that children have come across a similar type of thing in Broadhaven in Wales a long time ago, 1979, and the British didn't believe it, although I went there 3 times, and it's very similar to the whole incident here. There's some extremely interesting pictures, and there's certainly some of the things they tell me they couldn't have known about. Impossible.
What about you? Well, I thought see it different. Okay, we tried to go and find some of the markings that the children saw from a distance. But it's hard to judge, actually. I would have to come out on another day to actually scan the whole area and find out. But I do believe what the children do is something real to them, you know. Very unusual figures, long, straight black hair, large eyes. It is quite difficult with the large black eyes. You let everybody cook about it too. No, I haven't. The problem here is not with the actual fire, the problem. It would be great if somebody would fire. They're all sexual. Well, I would like to see something, but from what I see from some of the children, I do believe there's something happening. So that would be related to being one of our traditional
Oh, definitely. I'm skeptical too. I'm not all that gullible. But this to me is a very typical case, and I've handled several hundreds in Southern Africa. And not only that, I've traveled overseas and I've seen England, America, South America, Europe. Very typical. And I think we'll see. Anything that worries me is how long this was on the ground. There is a missing time element which we haven't been able to go into yet, but it's something I would like to discuss with everyone in that case.
Thank you very much.
So I went down to see what was happening. And I actually the shoes, and it was like, it was mostly what was happening on hand, like in that specific color. And then there was this little boy crying, so I went up to see what was anything because he was quite scared of it. And then that made me quite afraid of it, and then somebody was afraid of it. And then I saw this person, and his eyes were like in flowers, like so like so. And his mouth was just like a line, like this. And then at the time, the people were in a staff meeting. So nobody actually went up to them for the people, because I think they were too afraid and everything. So when the bell rang, somebody was in help one of the people, so he said to one of our people who's been involved because it's possible that so much family. And then somebody from BBC came to us and they told me that family with us with their sabotage. And actually on that, you can literally do, you could stand up on it and you could actually see very much. So he asked us when we were walking down the roof and said, could you come down with us to have a look at the thing? So we walked about, it was about 6 hours, and she had a look where she could have put the very much actually on the ground. And then the fields were on the rock, the day was covered in cotton glittering, quite strongly. And then when we came back to school, the next day it was gone. And also, when we were down with them, it was not just found that a few minutes later.
How long did you observe this whole happening?
I think it was about 5.5 minutes when we were down there, because it was actually quite good.
Well, I was at the place on the day, and then I think it was probably like some stories, and I saw this ship, and you had this flag like a pumpkin, and yellow, so it's like blue, with a quick old gold around, and then the something right off, and something is just like blue. And more down when I looked on the screen, sounds like everybody says it was big eyes that that guy was over. Everything was the honesty that the eyes were crossing, the mouth was rather thin, the nose small, and the soul quite powerful to hear. He raised me about 2.5 feet, and I did a dream before I was yeah,
Really, I feel looking from my friend's pregnancy, and it had already like literally put some and I feel like I don't know if it was a blunt or the thing. The fact that I was I don't know, end up in the service, and really expensive. Now I took my last and I really thought up, you need to go down there with that teacher, Mr. Vernon. You still walk that husband. You settle down for the English morning, and you go down and fix some clothing. Because it's quite interesting, because it's usually us that play on us in Texas. And when we went down there with the BBC, we were walking around, and we came back, and we were quite a few essays, and one called them kids. There was not a single act, and they would have to keep it in and
Can the key tell us what happened that day with Franklin doing?
we were going to play Haley and Sheila. We were just walking, and then we saw this million colors just waving in the bathroom and disappearing and disappearing. And we started following it. And we stood over there on one of the logs, and we saw like all the things, and we decided that we should go down and see. But there was another album, so I said it doesn't matter, let's just go and see. And we got closer and we saw this solar thing was shining up, and we thought that was just a house with glass, and it was sitting in the sun and shining. Then we thought, no, it can't be that, because there's no house in that place in the rock. And we made the first one and we just stayed, and we heard a sheep. It was like a sheep it was, and then we got closer and closer, and I saw this black figure running in slow motion, and then I didn't really see it, so I looked away, and I looked again, and it was the same, and it was this figure, like, canvas pig running in slow motion. And when he put the figure up, he looked up and took the glass, and I moved canvas and we screamed and we were running back and forth because we were excited and you see, when the Baron used very official that day. So we called outside staff members in the hotel, and he called them and he said he saw something. So we went, I didn't actually believe that he actually saw something, because he was saying something earlier. And so I went out, and then when I was looking at it, I saw it's like a silver light, and that was spaceship you showed me just coming out, just for an instant, and then it just disappeared just like that. And so I first thought it was my imagination because everybody was talking about it. But then when I thought about it, and I thought, no, it couldn't be. The night before, I saw the cigar-shaped spacecraft, but I wasn't even thinking that it wasn't a cigar. I thought it was a cigar. And the day after that, I saw him at the and then,
What did you see that morning here at the street?
well, we sent to the hospital to this, and they said it wasn't very good, and then we loved it a week. And then I saw one person sleeping in the ship and died, and another one running up and down was confused. And he was actually looking at us, but some people said there's another property in the hospital, it's Mrs. Lewis's property. Some people say that it was Mrs. Lewis's garden. Some people say that it was a house of I don't have to be between you and anyone in the ancestors for all the things. He said there was a revelation.
How do you feel that there's no hospital that we're near enough that we were able to see them so close to the program?
No, because on Monday, when we went there was no.
Could you tell me what you saw on Friday?
Well, we saw some people, but there was arrived from the river and the black one. And the black one was sitting on the spaceship.
How do you get in the spaceship? Have you got a helicopter or something like that?
And it looked like it was like mountain in the tree. Like it looked like roundabout like a disc. Like a round.
Oh, and whereabouts was it?
There was a military piece over there. Between
And you said it looked like a disc. You sure it wasn't a Harrier jump jet or an aircraft? Something that was Zimbabwe Air Force? And what happened, guys?
Well, it was just blinking in the trees. And it's like there was a man and he walked towards us and he walked back again.
What did he look like?
His face was like this and his eyes were down here.
No, further down his face.
No, much further down in the face. The eyes were there.
And how close were you to him?
Well, I was at the back because I was just finished in the classroom and I was high at the back. So all the other people in the front.
You never knew somebody in fancy dress doing a prank or something? What about you, Ariana? That's what you saw.
I saw the same guy, but I saw this like one. I didn't really saw the looking. I saw this like black, long, looks like a stuff, but it's very thin.
It was mad.
I don't know what it was, but it was very thin. All I saw was like a long thing, and then like a silver. And it was very thin.
Well, I mean, it wasn't, you think he was a black Zimbabwean man?
Well, not really. She wasn't very dark. She was quite lightish. And he was very thin.
And how tall were they?
About so big.
Just a bit taller than you.
Well, yeah.
And why do you think that this was something different, that this wasn't some helicopter from the Zimbabwe Air Force and just some guys playing a joke? Why do you think it was actually the UFO and possibly a spaceman?
It was just because it was somebody wouldn't just be playing around and just be on the ground all the time.
Did it make any noise, these things?
No.
And it landed, something landed, did you see it land?
No, it was in the trees over there. Like in the trees like blinking. And like there was somebody on the ground.
And then what happened?
And then he walked towards us and walked back again and it just went.
How did it go?
It just went, so it was
Was that helicopter?
no, it just
Which way?
went. More down into the valley.
At about what height?
Like high.
And then what happened?
And then we couldn't come back again.
And did you girls see it as well? Great. So go ahead and answer about it at school. Tell me what do you think of it?
I feel sure that the children feel that they did see something. I don't believe or disbelieve, to be perfectly honest. But I do feel that they definitely saw something. We had a number of people say they did. We asked them to draw pictures of what they saw this morning, what they saw on Friday, and after looking at it, I definitely feel that they did see something. I agree that it could be something that we are not common with. But to actually say that it was UFO, I would be reluctant to make a decision on that. I personally did not see this.
And you can the maybe from what you saw.
The very bottom.
What did you see?
There was ship landed on the ground.
And what did they show? Did it have a shape? Like what?
It had a long pattern with the fact that so the background on the one side.
Did you see anything else?
Yes, we saw the background
A little animal.
the one that was about this one that we got so in that outside.
Could you see his face?
Yeah.
What was your name?
I didn't do the special, but I saw the little black she looked. It was all black and it looked like he had long hair.
Could you see his face?
Yeah.
Just in black, what did he wear?
It just looked like he had long hair. Long hair and black.
But he wasn't naked. What did he have on?
No, that was cold.
And you didn't see that? Why? Is it on your feet?
It's like shadowing. It's showing shadowing.
What was your name? And you also saw this creature. What did you think it was?
I don't know.
Did you see the thing that was there?
I feel violent and I was walking up to the class and I just saw flashes inside my eye and that's really bad also.
But you didn't see anything on the ground.
No, I saw it just
What's in there?
I'm in the man and I saw this thing. It was in amongst this clump of trees with this one thing sitting on the side and another thing sort of like running up and down the top.
When you say the thing, was it a floor?
Yeah, it almost looked like a real person except it was really flat.
And what did you think it was? What did you thought?
At first I thought it was just some boy from the compound playing around, but the hair was. It looked more like our hair. It wasn't crazy. That thing almost looked like a hippie.
And your name?
My name is I saw the little black meat. They had longish hair and it was all black and they had big black eyes. That's all I saw. I saw lips. They kind of turned around and stood and they went back into a kind of like ship. And there was like sort of one big one that tried to kill little ones. They were all scattered around.
When you say a big eye, show me with your hand. The size of the
Over 25
over.
Yeah.
And could you see anything else on the face?
Yeah, I could see the skin and then turn around and then
What do you say?
what
did you think it was?
Well, everybody was saying that they were UFOs and everything, so
I would say that
yeah, and people were coming around telling we were in the fashion there that night and I saw it. So I did something in UFOs, I did see them.
you were ready for that to children said?
Sort of, but I did definitely see so yes.
And you were filthy?
Yes.
What is your name?
I still have to step on the ground amongst the trees, and the person is black, and that's who was shot.
You saw a person alongside the silver thing. What did the silver thing look like?
I took that and looked up at the sofa and really around.
And you really thought you were ready before this?
No,
You didn't know anything about it. So it was something were you afraid? What did you do? Did you run to take some pictures or you would stay in the other But you see how far they're running from my this one here. Because what you saw on Thursday, and I don't see what you saw on Friday.
the kids are in the sky.
Yeah. Well, must be no, it has to it's the going was particularly interesting. They have asked me about it. You saw in your drawing, you have not only the main project, you know, this is called cable line. Now, did you see these coming down, or did you see them in the sky?
I saw him as a kid, so when running the up from the ground and then disappeared.
And they come in top and then disappear. And this, you saw this picture,
Yes, really big and black.
Johnny Black
Kind of,
suit.
kind of sweet.
Would you say would be suits that was it not what Mr. Mackey's wearing? What would you call the proper clothing?
I'm not sure. He was
Have you ever seen a guy wearing the suit?
really like that.
What about that? Or would you like an overall? Or a top fitting suit?
It was tight.
The top fitting. And it was shiny. Have you seen the face?
Well, I only saw glimpses.
And you don't remember any individual features.
Well, I only remember the letters I was typing.
Hundreds. And you were afraid.
I was thinking,
What did you think it was?
I don't know, I just thought it was some kind of baby. Like,
So you knew about your face.
yes,
You watched on television.
yes.
You think that in first year? And you weren't thinking about
I was thinking about it.
it. Thanks, Anna.
And we said,
And then Lisa Perez. And what did you see?
Well, I saw on the silver thing this shape, it was like lying down like this on the side, and I saw a black man, and he was just in black, and a big eye.
Tell me with your hand how big the
It
eye was.
was shaped like something like that.
What did you think it was?
Well, I thought twice, I thought it was an alien, and then I thought it was the garden or something.
These are electromagnetic and electrostatic fields that if you go to next to electrical wire, you can figure out. But the guy from not sensitive enough, but not really going to pick up anything. So I'm going to try that out maybe now, see if there's any power change or anything like that. One follow up I don't know.
Can you hear it?
I don't think it takes many of normalcy, really, you know, because really some changes the guy will be going faster. So it's just normal background radiation, yeah, this is about normal.
Because living like it's living like garbage is really famous, and he looked like he was just a mess, and he had his eyes were down here, and he was like really funny. It feels like he was putting his head on his alone, and it felt almost like I really know first. It was on the first. It's like it's I don't know yet. Not feelings, but Also, silver flag, like that. My favorite man is my friend, so I think it's good. And it's going to be like 4,000, like crowding around it, and then after a few minutes, it just disappeared like quickly. I feel one second, and next to the around. How many quantities? About two, and what's the little one doing? I mean, I see them after the report. So it was about a new show about my friends and I learned dance with teachers and listen to the opportunity for training teachers and they could motivate lessons. And how did that make you feel when you said motivate lessons? So we felt very sad because we just teach them so much. And what's the impact of them connecting? Connecting to that maybe they write something down there that
I'm sure that every person can get a very good something and it is something not common or others not documented. I am skeptical about all the situations that I do believe that it should be well understood. Yes.
the children online, they kind of see. When I was telling me that after the situation happened, I told my mom, and she said, actually, I don't believe you, but I can't really say yes, I know, but I really don't think I believe you. And then, she said, my dad came in and I told him about this, and she said it was probably just a rumor. I thought, and that's it, because I knew it was true. But I want to say about it, I want to keep it under the I knew it was true. And I want to talk to other people about that too.
And what did you see?
Well, I saw on the lying down like this on the side, and I saw a black man, and he was just sitting back, and he had big eyes.
Tell me when your dad probably got out of what do you think it was?
Well, I thought it was an alien, and then I thought maybe it was the guardian coming.
First of all, you can imagine. I think it was gone. Well, I must have been gone. Thank you very much.
I saw him standing by the moment, he had big hands. He saw something so back to life. So it's something that I've had to deal with for 19 and a half years. They were trying to communicate, trying to tell us something. There's something to do with the environment.
Would you like to sing it again?
Yes.
You would like to sing. You think you might sing it again?
I don't know.
And if you saw her again, what would you do?
I'll ask him some questions.
What would you like to ask him?
I'll ask him what does he bring with and what does he want with us. I believe in it because I did see it. It was just because somebody
I look at those people with their phones and you see saying they sighted an unidentified flying object.
Was a bright lady in life. I've never been in it like in my life. People from all over Zimbabwe were phoning the BBC to say, we've seen something weird. It was real. I said, so myself, the co-pilot, and pilots in that aircraft. No wings, no nothing. Shining with the whole thing. I was born 19 September 94. Can you tell me what you saw on Friday?
the silver thing in amongst this purple trees. We saw this black figure running. His face was like this, and his eyes were like that. I just thought it was some kind of alien coming.
When you look at those children, they were absolutely incredible. But whereabouts was it?
There was a big group of kids pointing and making an eye and shouting and screaming.
The parents said, am I safe or am I not safe?
He's a Harvard psychiatrist.
Meet Dr. John Mack, a believer in aliens from outer space.
We came away convinced of an extraordinary event occurred here.
I think they want people to know that we're actually making harm on this world.
How did that get communicated to?
It came from my head.
Somehow there was a message about pollution from the way he was staring.
Journalists. I could handle war zones, but I could not handle this UFO thing.
I never felt this would derail my career.
The thing wanted to know, what is it? Angels, yes. Extraterrestrials, no. John is lost at this night.
This journey is learning to pick up the pieces and put them back together. I've read on the logs, but it actually happened.
They're going through the finding detail.
Something that only they can get.
I've drawn this again.
That's how you should have kept it quiet. People think you're crazy.
My husband doesn't even know that.
It feels so alone in society.
Why is it we tend to want to shrink this powerful phenomenon to our notions of reality rather than being able to stretch ourselves to expand what we know and to admit that we don't know? Would you like to see him again?
Yes.
Okay, if you saw him again, what would you do?
I'll ask him some questions.
What would you like to ask?
I'll ask him what is he doing on Earth and what does he want with us.
We're
started again. All right, I have Randall Nickerson and Salma Siddiq. Welcome to the show, you both.
Hello. Good to see you.
I know we have to share a microphone. All right, so if you are a regular on my show, you listen to Selma back. I think it was a year ago, something?
I thought it was like October or something.
Yeah. And it was wonderful. It's so nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
Yeah.
Face to face.
And so, you were telling me earlier, you've had quite a bit of response since you were actually on my show. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, wow. So since I was on your show, I have had an overwhelming number of people reach out to me via many social media channels, just saying that they appreciated the show, they appreciated me telling the story, they appreciated the movie coming out, and that it inspired them to share their story, many of whom did share their story with me, or share their stories with me.
Canada Geese.
And so it's been incredible, just to know that there are other people out there who have had similar experiences, some of whom continue to have experiences, and who are willing to talk about them and appreciate the fact that I'm sharing mine. So it was a lot of love, and I appreciate it. A little overwhelming, but.
Now, any regrets at all for that?
I'm coming on the show?
Yeah.
No, because I think everybody deserves an opportunity to say what they want to say. And I think I do, at least I try to do a very good job of, hearing people out saying thank you. And, I don't need to friend everybody, but I think that sometimes, or a lot of times, all people want is just to be heard. And so I think if you have a similar experience and you're sharing your experience with someone else who's had something similar, all you want is that connection. And I think that's okay. I love it. I don't regret it at all. Not yet.
Have your email address or nothing was posted there, so they just find you on Facebook? Is that what
it is not hard to find anybody these days. True. You literally have to be off the grid, like literally. Even if there was no like actual physical contact, you just need someone's face. You can Google image the person, and you can find somebody. So no, people have reached out to me in various ways. It's where I work is common knowledge.
I was going to ask about work.
It's
were people aware at work since you started working, wherever you're working? What had happened, or did that actually come out slowly? Or?
Actually, before I came on your show, I let my supervisor know. Because just for PR purposes, of course, I wanted her to know going in that this was a possibility. Obviously, I'm not going to talk necessarily. It's not about where I work, but somebody could ask that, which I think is relevant. I think my choice to do the work that I do has a lot to do with my experience and where I'm from, and I think just who I am. But my experience as an 11-year-old at school in the playground that day has definitely shaped and informed a lot of what I do. So not everybody at work knows. I don't think they need to, but the people who do know what they need to know. And it's been very supportive, so I'm very grateful.
For the person that hasn't heard your story, that I know I'm going to get a lot of email if I don't ask you to just kind of in a nutshell explain what your experience was with you and that.
Sure. I guess, summary of it, just because I've spoken about it so much. And it's not that I mind, it's that I honestly have to get into a mindset to do that, because I don't dwell on it every day. So It's almost like I have to get into a meditative state to be like, okay, this is what I'm going to do. Which is probably why I spent most of the day in the hotel room today.
You guys ready for tomorrow?
I really am. But basically, in a nutshell, we were having our recess. I was 11 years old in a rural town of Zimbabwe called Rua. The school used to be a farm, so it was a pretty rural school and very small at the time. It was still fairly new. So I think when Randall told me that they weren't more than 200 students, I thought it was 3, but I think it was 280 or something. There we go. So not a lot. So our classes were pretty small. But we were having recess, and I was with my usual friends, as you do, we're eating our lunch and we saw something shiny a ways away in the bush. It was pretty much bush because apart from the playground, it's a savanna region, so it was very tall grass and a lot of trees and a lot of like koppies, which I guess are like it's very like a stony hill, so a lot of granite rock. So we saw something shiny over on these koppies, and then it was flashing. You could see it, and then you couldn't see it, or it could have actually been flashing. We couldn't. I still don't know today, but it was incredibly bright, and very different from anything we had seen before. And then my friend, who I was standing next to, she and I saw like a being, I guess, and if there were multiple beings, I don't know, but they all looked exactly the same. And
Did you actually walk toward the object?
we did not walk towards the object. We walked toward the barrier of the playground, which is sort of where the beam was, but not cross the barrier. We didn't cross the barrier. So it was really a lot of, we were inquisitive. What is this? I don't know what this is. And it's sort of, any human being is sort of trying to rationalize what it is that they're seeing. And as an 11-year-old, you couldn't really put into words what it was we were seeing and trying to justify it. And so, it was very in like a human-esque form, but much shorter, really big head, really big eyes. If it did have a nose, couldn't really see it, but also the skin pigmentation was very different. It was very odd. It was nothing like I'd ever seen before. And the closest thing that I could compare what it was wearing would be something like a scuba diving suit. It was very form-fitting, very black. Shiny at times, but I don't know if that was just the sun. It was a pretty warm day. It was a beautiful day. Every day is beautiful in Zimbabwe, actually. So it was just a very normal day, and then this happened. It was very immense, very intense, and Katie has changed my life. So in a nutshell, that's it.
Did you walk away when this was happening, or did you stay there until it walked away, or turned away, or went away?
Yeah, no, I actually broke my eye lock with it because I wanted to go and check on my brother and sister who were much younger and playing in a different part of the playground. Because I felt that if I was afraid, then they must be terrified too. But there are a lot of other things that happened during this interlocking moment that I go into in my piece tomorrow. But once I let go of my friend's hand and I disconnected from that gaze, which was not an easy thing to do at all, I feel like it took every ounce of effort and energy from me, and I felt absolutely exhausted afterward. I didn't see it again.
Now, I had a lot of critics from the last interview I did, and one of the people made a really good point. You mentioned that there was no telepathic message to you, and someone wanted to know why you thought there was no telepathic when other people had it.
I think that's a great question. So this is something I've been pondering over, especially since your podcast and in talking more about what happened and being a lot older now, trying to figure some pieces out. I think if I did get a message, I don't remember. So because I don't remember doesn't mean it didn't happen. But I think that the fact that I disconnected this interlocking moment has a lot to do with it. But honestly, during that moment, I don't know that, and I don't know how long that moment was for. I could not tell you. My sense of time was completely warped. Everything slowed down, and I couldn't hear a thing. This is a playground full of children. Of course, there were kids playing on this side, and there were some other kids who were very confused by what was going on, and some started to cry. So there was definitely noise, but I couldn't hear a thing. Wow. So I think me breaking the locked gaze has a lot to do with it, but I don't want to sit here and say that it was easy because it wasn't. I've never felt so tired and drained in all my life.
Really?
Yes.
And you probably was totally confused by why that was.
Yes, I couldn't. This is a very interesting thing that actually I just came into. Like I was talking about it yesterday, and I was like, my heartbeat in my, you can hear your heartbeat when it's beating really fast. I definitely had palpitations in that moment, even though everything was slowed down, which was so trippy. I don't even know how to describe, but I just remembered this yesterday. And so what I'm realizing is as I'm talking more about the incident, which I never really did on this much of a scale before and as in-depth. And I'm a lot older and I'm able to, I think, do a lot of inner assessment and outer assessment that it really it helps me to be able to dig into things that I maybe wasn't ready to tap into before. So I definitely appreciate that. I appreciate having this platform to really unwind and talk about some things that maybe I didn't want to think about before because I don't know how to make sense of it.
Has anyone ever asked you to do regression?
Yes.
And what's your thoughts on that?
No.
Okay.
Not yet.
Yeah.
No.
Are you afraid that there's something hidden that you might discover that you're afraid of?
Yes.
I understand.
I'm not ready to face that yet. Sure. But I will be. I'm not saying it's no forever. I would like to do a lot more research into what that entails, and I want to be able to trust the person that's doing it. It's not just going to be some random person. So I also am aware that, once you know something, you can't unknow it. Mm-hmm. And I don't think it's that I'm afraid of knowing. I think it's that I'm afraid that I won't know what to do with what I know. Sure. And I'm somebody who I'm a proactive person. I'm all about action and I like to be, I like to progress. And so I want to be sure that I am mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually ready before I can tackle anything else that could come out of this regression, of which I'm convinced that there will be a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow, that's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Randall, let's talk about I was telling you earlier, kind of teasing you that every show that I do seems somebody saying, when's the film coming out? When's the film coming out? So aerial phenomena, you've been working at it for 10 years. And I will say to the audience that I know that you're extremely fussy in what you do, and it's going to be an amazing production. So can you just fill us in where everything stands?
I just want to say everybody that knows me knows I'm a perfectionist.
Yes.
And some people do get annoyed at that. It's I know people have been waiting for this. I do understand that, but I feel like I actually feel proud that it's taken this long, in a sense, because it's been done right. And I feel like, it's just a lot of work. I'm a little exhausted. I've been working 8 o'clock in the morning to 11 at night for I don't even know how long now, months. And but we're very close. You'll definitely.
It's passion of yours too, right?
It is. Yeah, it is. I mean, just listening to her, Salma, be able to say what she just said and getting the feedback that she's been getting and having other people be able to share their stories, that means the world to me.
Sure.
That means
there's so much more to this than just a film.
Right. It's about having people be able to be heard. You said it perfectly. Well, this year definitely is going to be the year, man. I can definitely positively say that.
And we have 200 days left, or even less than that.
Yeah.
So actually 130 days or something like that.
Yeah. So exactly right. So
coming down.
So I mean, at some point soon, and I'm not going to even know when. The decision will not just be my decision as far as release date.
Well, we'll stay in touch.
For sure, I will definitely
help you in that.
But I'm so excited to see it. It's a powerful story. It's a work of art. It's I've had just great people working on it, and so much help from so many people. through GoFundMe, not GoFundMe, but different pages and donations, and we've had it's just hundreds of people have been involved.
All right, well, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Wonderful. Thank you. 1 minute. So we'll be seeing her come up. So, if Randy can't join the show, that would be too good, but still, we will have her on coming up real soon. So, in theory, Alejandro should be contacting me like in a minute. So, I don't know if you get to see it on the screen or not, but I'll let you know.
Great. Just let me know. So you want me to keep going or something?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, cool. So, a couple other people we're gonna have Cheryl Costa. She writes for Syracuse New Times. She's a columnist, weekly columnist there. But one thing she did, and did you have her on?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, so your listeners will know she wrote this book called something about UFOs. I can't remember the name of the book right now. Do you remember the name of the book? It's like UFO National Statistics and Trends.
Okay, hey, we got our guest. All right.
I'll wrap it up then.
Anyway, I don't have the book right here in front of me, but
no problem. It's just what's great about what she did is she wrote about all of these areas, all UFO sightings throughout the country, and she also pushed it. Like she went out to the media to let people know. So her book got tons and tons of publicity all over the country, which is really exciting. But you can read more about them at ufocongress.com.
Great. Thanks so much, Alejandro. Thanks for filling in.
No problem. Thank you.
All right. Take care.
You too.
All right. Selma, how are you? Can you hear me, Selma? Selma, can you hear me? Hello? Hello? So much for the sound check that worked before. Oh, she's gone. Okay. Hopefully she will call back in. And I had a thought when I was doing the Google Hangout. The reason I did it is because I know Randy's well versed in it. For some reason, it's not working for him. But also, I just thought it would work for people that wanted to join in as we go along here. And hopefully, we'll hear back from Selma. We should be back in a minute. Now my camera's off. Oh, I see. Okay. No? There it is. Okay. So while we're waiting, I might as well talk to you since you're right here. Good. Okay. So what do you think as you've listened to the show for how long now? What do you think? I'd say at least 3 or 4 years. Oh, that long? Yeah. And what do you think is like the most interesting case that I've talked about? Oh, some of them anyway. Oh. I think the Cincinnati case, where the UFO went underwater. Oh, that's where I went up in Shag Harbor. Shag Harbor, that's a very interesting case for me. The one who got us interesting because there were so many. Of course, you have to have a show on it, or you hope you're about to, because there were so many witnesses at that one time. That makes very interesting. But I like the shows that talk about specific cases a lot more than other kind of shows. Yeah, about talking about UFO subjects in general. All right, I think I have it. Have you?
Sorry, I couldn't connect earlier. I'm well, thanks. How are you?
Great, thanks so much. We thought this was going to be, for a minute there, we thought this was going to be a disaster because unfortunately, Randy is not able, he's not been able to connect with us.
Oh,
and he did fine in the test, and I could get him through a phone line, but the phone is not going through my computer again, so no one can hear him basically. But welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for, it's a real honor actually to have you on. This case I consider one of the very best cases out there with all the witnesses. And so I have a number of questions for you, but in your own words, I'd love to hear directly from a witness like you. Are you having trouble with your phone?
I am, I'm sorry. I'm going to try and hold it as steady as I can. It was great earlier, but now I'm kind of moving it, so I apologize.
Okay, no problem. So can you tell, you probably everyone had different vantage points when things were happening in the beginning. I heard somewhere there was flashes of light first. Did you see that?
Yes, my first sort of experience in the experience itself was like seeing flashing lights in the distance. I don't know if you are very familiar, but the school that I attended was very rural. So it used to be a farm, so there's a lot of open space. And so our playground was essentially just not dirt, but kind of dirt. I don't know if that's how it is now, but it was a very, very big space of land. And then the boundary of that playground were essentially the trunks of trees. And beyond that was bush, very tall grass, savanna region, lots of trees, lots of poppies. It wasn't mountainous per se, but they were, little poppies, sort of smaller hills, and that's where the flashes that I saw were.
Now, did everyone around you say, "Hey, what's that? What's going on?" And did you all start talking to each other like, "What's happening?"
Initially, what it was kind of, you start to question yourself. It's like, okay, did I see that? And then there were a few of the people who were pointing in the same direction where the flashing lights or the flashes were coming from. And so we all sort of gathered and looked at each other and said, did you see that? And kind of corroborated each other's stories like, yeah, I saw that. What does it look like? It looks like flashing lights. But it started off very slowly in that most of us, weren't sure exactly what we had seen. And so we kind of just like, okay, did I see that? Didn't I see that? But then when a few of us kind of clustered together, we realized that we were all seeing the same thing.
Now, there was one little girl that was interviewed by Dr. Mack that said she heard a sound, and when he asked her what the sound was, she said it was like someone was blowing into a flute. Did you happen to hear any sound?
I did not hear any sound. I would say that the most, other than the entire thing being almost like an out-of-body experience, time seems to be the really kind of part that stuck out, in that it seems like it slowed down to me immensely. I had no concept of time. I had no concept of time from the time that I had seen the flashing lights to the time that I saw the being to when I let go of my friend Anna's hand. I do not know how much time went by. It seems like everything was moving really slowly.
Isn't that interesting? That's what a lot of people say during a car accident. Everything moves really slowly. It seems to. Now, when there was only, I know there was only one adult. There was a parent that was in a tuck shop, I guess it was called.
Yes.
But no, and I don't even know what that is. But
a tuck shop is like it's what we have on our school premises, where you sell candy and fruit and soda. So we don't have cafeterias. We have, unless you go to boarding school, which I did in high school, so you have a cafeteria. But the tuck shop is really where you can buy all your treats. So that's the chocolates and all of that. That's where the only adult on the playground. Yes.
Yeah, and was that unusual? I always wonder why there weren't teachers out among the children. Usually, in most schools, when they go out to recess or something like that, the children go out with a teacher or two. So was it unusual that there wasn't a teacher?
Incredibly, and it was only because the teachers were having a staff meeting that particular day. So they were all in their staff meeting, and break was a little bit longer than usual, which we loved. And it was a Friday, so that was even better. And us as grade sixes we were the oldest ones on the playground because the grade sevens were taking an exam. We had grade 7 exams, end of year exams. And so we were kind of manning the playground, and I remember saying to people like, yeah, we're the oldest ones on the playground, as you do,
Yeah.
at recess. But yes, there was one teacher in the tuck shop, I actually completely forgot about that. The tuck shop was located in an area where the younger children played. So the playground was essentially one big play area, if you could think of it. But the younger kids from grade 1 to about grade 4 had their own section. It wasn't separated, but they just had their own section that had swings and, it was kind of just their area that they played in.
Wow. Okay, so let's continue on to, you saw the flashes, and it was over to this area where you were not allowed to go in. I know there were like a lot of trees. It was hard to get through. And so was there actually a fence there in front of this area you weren't supposed to go?
No, there was no fence. What it was literal tree trunks at the boundary of the playground. So if you can think of big eucalyptus trees, the trunks of those trees were what separated our playground from, where we were not supposed to go beyond. But there was no fence. So the rest of that was this open area, open bush. You could see as far as the eye would allow you beyond that. There was no obstruction really, other than those tree trunks.
Yeah. Wow. And so let's hear the rest. Now I know one of the children described that the craft went what appeared to go along like a power line. Did you see anything like that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, Matthew?
Yeah, one of the witnesses said that it appeared to go like along, I don't want to say a power line or some type of
I see. Yeah, I didn't see that, but there was a weird like buzz or hum that again I couldn't make too much sense of because I just didn't know. Sometimes electric lines buzz, but it was a very, very loud buzz. And then also given this whole time thing, I just wasn't sure if I was imagining it or what was going on. Like I didn't really know what to make of it, but I did not see anything particularly near the power line. I do know that I had a differently from the bus about that.
Yeah. Now, were you and your fellow schoolmates, were you drawn toward this area? I mean, did you all start like flowing down toward it to see what was going on?
We did. We did eventually, and it was right by the logs, as we would call them. And we could sit on these logs sometimes and eat our lunch, which is what we would do. But we stood there and kind of just congregated a few of us and looked in the area where the flashing lights were and where this buzzing sound was coming from the electric pole. And I saw what I called the being or a being that was maybe about 3 to 4 feet away from me, but it didn't cross over the boundary of the tree trunks. Never.
Really? And now what about the floating? Did it appear to be floating?
It did not appear to be floating for me. I saw it as being grounded on this like coffee-like area. Like I keep saying, I was able to draw across to the best of my memory, but I did not see it floating.
What about on top of the craft? And did you think there were actually 2 beings, or was it one that showed up twice?
So, that I don't know. I think that's a question that I may never know, but it's definitely a question I've asked myself since the experience, because I honestly couldn't tell you. If there were 2, they looked like they were identical. There was no difference between the 2. If there were in fact 2, I have no idea.
Now, what about, I saw some of the pictures that were drawn, and some of them it showed with, or one at least showed with long hair, and others showed no hair at all. What do you remember seeing?
I remember seeing one that did not have hair. Mine did not have no facial hair, I couldn't tell if it was body hair because it was in the closest thing I can describe it as being in like a scuba diving suit, which I think is what I described it as when I was 11 because that was what I knew. That was like the closest thing I could relate it to. But I don't recall it did not have any hair, no facial hair, no hair on its head, nothing. Almost, the skin was almost like porcelain, really.
Really? And was it almost like a white color?
Yes.
Porcelain white?
Yeah, yes, almost like a nude kind of porcelain kind of color is what I could best describe it. I think I said porcelain in that it just looked completely perfect. There was no blemish, there was nothing. It just was so smooth, and it almost looked. I think porcelain is it's very firm and stiff. It's kind of stoic. So if you were to think of a statue, you'd be like, okay, it's kind of like a porcelain statue. Except that this being was moving, but there was no, the expression on its face was not one that I really understood. There was no smile, there was no frown, there were not there was no facial recognition for me to comprehend at that time.
Did it change at all, or did it stay exactly the same?
In terms of looks or location?
No, as far as any expressions. Like you said, the expressions were nothing you recognized. I'm just wondering did it show any expressions at all? And looks like your screen froze. I don't know if you can hear me, but looks like it froze on your end. You may want to sign out and come back to us. And it might start working again on its own. Okay, she'll be back. I'm sure she'll be signing back in. I think it's really, really interesting so far. And I will, if the time comes in the next hour and people in the chat and listening live would like to join us on Google Hangouts and ask for a question, that is, here she's coming back.
Hi, sorry, I don't know. I've got full signal on my end. Can you guys hear me okay?
Oh, yeah, you're fine. Yeah, it's good to have you back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And so basically what I was asking is if it changed any expression at all, or did it stay exactly the same like a statue?
For me, what I remember is that it stayed exactly the same. It moved from place to place in terms of its location, but its physical appearance did not change.
Yeah. We have Randy on finally. I don't know what happened, but I think I see him. And I'm going to join him in. Hey, Randy, how are you?
Hi, Sama. Hi, Martin.
Great. I'm glad you made it. So yeah, we've having a couple of troubles. I don't know if I'm going to be doing Google Hangout anymore. So Sama has been right into the story. Do you mind if I continue with her, and then maybe we'll talk about the film after? Okay. Sure. So back to you, Sama. So can you repeat how close you were? How close this thing got to you, or you got to it?
Sure. I think it was between 3 to 5 feet.
Now, how did you feel? I mean, were you scared?
I was confused. I was very intrigued. I wasn't sure, but I don't remember feeling fear. No, not fear that I wasn't. No, I think I didn't know what I was looking at. I didn't understand what I was looking at. So if I felt confused or fearful to that degree, yes, but not to the degree that I thought that this thing was going to harm me.
And when it moved, did it move unlike a human?
Well, when it moved, what I remember is that I I would see it over here, and then I would blink, maybe. I mean, again, I don't know about, it seems like I would blink and it would be over on another side. So I can't really say if it moved like a human because that's very unhuman-like, no human can move that way. So the answer to that would be no. But I do remember seeing it being in more than one place in a given period of time, but I don't know what that time frame was. Like I said, I have no idea.
We have an in-house, in-studio guest named Alan, and he has a question for you. Go ahead.
Hey, Selma.
Hi, how are you?
I love your accent and personality.
Thank you.
Did any of the children consider it a religious experience, or was it just automatically UFO? I don't know what religion the people at the school were, but did that ever come up at all?
Definitely not. The school was predominantly, I think most of the people at the school were Christian, and I am Muslim, so there's no conversation about that in the religion certainly that I was brought up with, nor the people that I know at school. But there was also no outside influences to what a UFO was, per se. So I don't know if we knew at that time what we had seen. I don't think we understood fully at 11 what it was we were looking at. We just knew that a few of us had seen something that was very, very unusual, in that we hadn't seen it before, in that not everybody saw it, in that we all had different experiences from it. We felt different things from it. We saw different things. People got different messages. That much we knew was unique and unusual to us. But I don't know if I certainly didn't. I can only speak for myself. I don't believe that any of us classified it as a UFO. We just said, something that we've never seen before.
And one more question. When it was over, is that all you could talk about? I mean, was it just the buzz that you couldn't go back to class? I mean,
yes, it took a long time. Yes, it was for a little bit of time, but we also come from a very strict educational system where you don't have time to be messing around. So after all the interviews, I honestly don't know, Grandma would know more about how many we had because there were so many. It was fun at first to be called out of class to, go talk about what I had seen, and even though I didn't fully comprehend what it was, but to have somebody be like, oh, okay, I thought, well, okay, at least this person believes me, or at least they asking me what I saw, so that's good. Because, it was very hard to convince adults about what it is we had seen. But then it got really tiresome, it got kind of tiring at the end, and I was happy to not talk about it for a while, and I didn't until Randall popped into my life in 2010.
Wow. Now, what about your mother? Did she believe you right off the bat?
Yes, she did. My mom did. I was surprised but happy. I was happy that she was open-minded enough to believe in me. She believed in me. And that was what was the most important. And because I took a while to tell my parents. But then I thought, well,
there it goes again. Okay, Randy, there she's back. Are you back?
I'm back.
You're back, okay, yeah, so it just froze a little bit there. Well, that's great. Now, going back to the encounter itself, do you think you actually made eye contact with this being, whatever it was?
Yes, I did. I know I did. The drawing that I was able to sketch was the exact thing that I saw, and it was just like we locked eyes. I again don't know for how long, but I definitely looked at just being dead in the eye.
Well, and what did you feel when you did that? I mean, you said you weren't afraid, but was it still just a curiosity at that time? Or did you feel, I know some people feel as though they got a message of some type. Did you have any?
I did not have a message. If I do, I don't know what that message is. It hasn't fully computed, maybe. But it was not calming. I don't know how to describe it, but it was like nothing I've ever felt before. There was no fear. It was just almost as though this being was looking into my soul, like it knew me, like it knew who I was. That is the best that I can describe. This sort of like interlocking of eyes for however long it was. But I was with my friend Emma at the time, and the moment I walked away from her, because I had a younger brother and sister also on the playground, because I was worried about them, the moment I walked away from her, I didn't see the being again, and I dropped the gaze and walked away and checked on my siblings, and that was my experience. That was sort of the extent of my experience.
Now, when you made eye contact, did you feel there was an intelligence?
I don't know if I knew. I wouldn't even have known what that was at that time. To be honest, I don't know. I felt like this thing knew me, knew some things about me, knew some things about a lot of things, if that makes sense. And I think I told that to my mom one time when she asked me, like, what do you think the point of this was? And I said, I don't know. I think I'm supposed to know something. I think that these things came because they know a lot of things about the earth and they're trying to tell us something. They know some things, but I don't know what those things are. And at 11, I remember her looking at me like, okay, that's quite existential, but I didn't know what that was. I have no idea. And I think that that's something I'm still discovering. I don't believe I have any one answer. It's something that unravels with each day, with each year. The more that I talk about it, the more clarity I get. So I have rattles again for that, because I didn't for a very, very long time.
Yes, yeah, I totally get that. I've talked to people like Travis Walton, I'm sure you've heard his name before, and there was a long time he just didn't even want to deal with it or talk about it or think about it. One of the girls that Dr. Mack interviewed, every time I see that clip, I get goosebumps, and that is, she says, he asks, what do you think they wanted? Well, I'm not sure exactly what his question was, but she looks back at him and like they were interested. She says like they were interested. And for some reason, that just gives me goosebumps. Like, again, it's almost like she's describing them looking into her.
Oh, yes, absolutely. It was very unique. You mentioned you posed the analogy of like when you have a car accident, time slows down. Well, I didn't have a car accident, but I was hit by a truck a number of years, like 4 years prior to this experience, and that's how it felt for me. So that's kind of just crazy that you mentioned that. That's not really something a lot of people know about me. I don't know if the two are interrelated. I have no idea. Maybe I'm not, but I've always felt that it's something that I can add to the experience of who I am, and there's a reason why I experience both those things.
Yeah.
Whether they're related or not.
I do want to talk to you how your life has been going and all that, but a couple of things first, and that is, how do you feel when people are trying to like debunk the whole thing? Or first of all, I want to ask you, in the beginning, right after this happened, did anyone try to talk you out of what you saw?
Absolutely. Oh my gosh, almost everybody. My parents didn't. My parents didn't, and of course, people who interviewed us. And there were very few people that I actually felt comfortable enough with. There were few people that I felt actually were genuinely interested in what we had experienced, rather than just having a news story, if that makes sense. And even at 11, you can tell, like, people who are just like there to just talk to you and, okay, what did you see? Sort of going through the general questions. What did you see? What did you hear? There were some people who were a lot more in depth, like Dr. Mack, and a few other people. I think there was an interview a journalist from BBC who was different too, just in the approach. So I didn't always feel that people really, even journalists and professionals or experts at the time, really believed in what we had seen. And there were a lot of people who tried to debunk that a lot. So that had a lot to do with why I just didn't talk about it.
Does it upset you now? Because I know I've done a little research ahead of this show, and there are people out there, of course, calling it a hoax, and and I laugh at that because, I can't imagine school children putting together such an elaborate hoax. It's ridiculous.
School children, Martin, in a southern African country with no internet, very few people having cable, have no outside, or very little, not no, but very limited access to outside influence about what UFOs are or could be or whatever. We had nothing else to do but come up with this hoax. These, 11-year-old children in Zimbabwe coming up with this. I'm like, no. It doesn't upset me. It used to. But I think that as I've gotten older, I have realized that there's obviously a reason why Randall found me so many years later. He literally did track me down in Chicago. Took some time for me to actually believe him and respond to him because I thought he was a joke. But connecting with him means that I've been able to reconnect with my experience. And so with that comes a whole bunch of other things, of understanding of what that experience could mean. And I don't pretend to have an answer now, nor will I tomorrow, but I think over the course of my life, I absolutely will. It also has encouraged me to speak out about what I had seen because I believe in what I saw. And I think what's suppressing it indicates that I don't believe in what I saw, regardless of what everybody else thinks or may think.
Wow, that's really interesting.
I'm going to say something if I could jump in real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, Randy.
Yeah, this is not just a few people. And, there were many witnesses outside of this school that were adults that had their own experience with this, mostly with this craft, but there was a person after her. There's a lot more than... there's a lot of other facts that have come forward over the long time that I've been making this film that give a lot of validity to all the children's testimony.
Randy, wasn't there a lot of sightings in the area after that? I don't know about before that, but after that.
There were on the day before, the night before, the morning of the aerial event on a farm near the aerial school, and the day after, on the Saturday, it was in the evening. So there's just a lot. There was a pilot that was flying, three pilots actually, that were flying at 25,000 feet the night before. They actually had all seen this thing fly by. They couldn't explain it. It disturbed them enough to get back to Johannesburg Airport where they're flying from Botswana. So they're passing the Zimbabwean border when they saw this. And enough to ask the radar controller, did you see anything on radar? This thing apparently appeared on their left-hand wing, flew across right directly in front of them, across the entire horizon in 4 seconds, which is unheard of. And these guys see meteorites and satellite imagery and that all the time. And they actually had it on radar for a few seconds in Johannesburg Airport. Anyway, this is just one of many other things that give validity to Salma and many others that were there that day.
Thank you. Randy, I'm going to be talking to you in a little bit about how you put this film together and all that. But thanks and anytime you want to jump in, that's great. Anytime you want to
I was wondering if the pilots described the
Go ahead.
If the pilots described the object the same as the children did.
They described it as a ball of light. That's all he could say was a ball of light. They all thought it was another plane. There were two planes in the air at the time, and they thought it was the plane that was coming to formate. These are two commercial airlines. And they were, in Africa, you can actually fly in formation and you can get away with it. But they had mistaken, a lot of things happen in Africa. So he had thought it was on his right-hand side. The pilot said, no, I'm on your left-hand side. He said, well, what's that on my right-hand side? And they both, all three of them, the two pilots in one plane and one in the other, all saw this ball. That's how they described it. It was a ball of light. And they were looking at it for a while, and then it crossed it right in front of them. And the speed just was incredible. And that's, when you're at 25,000 feet, you have a much bigger horizon, so much larger distance across the planet. So to disappear like that within 4 seconds was highly unusual for that.
I guess anything going that fast turns into a ball of light.
Right,
Probably.
Well, Randy, didn't some of the kids say that they saw a ball of light and it turned into the disc, or am I getting that wrong?
Several of the kids said that they saw a flash of light in the sky. And before all this stuff happened, there was a lot that happened. There was a lot that happened beforehand. That several of the children had seen in the sky. Some say it was a flash of light. Some had actually seen the silver thing, but there was a flash of light involved. That I do know. A lot of people said reported that. And then it was the next thing that happened was it was on the ground or hovering above the ground.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Selma, so in the chat room we had a question. Someone you have described the being or beings, whichever they were. But what about the craft itself? Can you describe that? Or did you even pay attention to that with the being there?
The being was what I remember most, if I'm being honest. The craft, I do remember drawing a craft, so I remember seeing some parts of it. I don't even know the extent of what I saw in terms of size. But I would say maybe it was silver-esque in color, maybe sort of like disc-shaped-ish, but it was a type of metal or fabrication that I'd never seen before. And my dad is a steel fabricator, so I could say that's steel, that's that's aluminum or whatever, but I had never seen anything like that before, so I had no idea what it was. It was completely unusual. And I say silver-esque because it wasn't quite silver, but it's the closest thing I could link it to.
Do you remember any type of seams or anything like that, or did it look smooth? I mean, is there any other detail about it that you remember? And also, some of the kids thought it was floating a little bit off the ground. Did you happen to notice that as well?
I didn't notice it floating. I did notice it, and I noticed flashing lights at first. I think there were some very interesting maybe patterns. I don't know if they were seams per se, but they were patterns, and I don't really know how to describe them. But they were a lot darker than the color of the craft itself. But they were like some form of patterns on like the top half of the craft, if that makes sense.
Wow, that's really, really fascinating. Now, how were your fellow schoolmates? Did anyone absolutely lose it, or was everyone maintaining calmness through this whole thing?
No, people started crying after a while because if you think of so few people gather in an area, it's not so much a big deal. Then more people come, and then everybody's confused by what they're looking at because we don't understand what we're looking at. And then one person started crying, and then it just took off from there. And I think that's when I let go of Emma's hands and went to check on my brother and sister because I was like, oh no, I'm not having them in a panic. But incidentally, that entire half of the playground, where the grade 1 through grade 4s were, nobody had any experience on that half of the playgrounds. They were playing like nothing had happened. It was almost as though we were in two separate worlds. Like we were looking at each other and just the same day, same time, just experiencing completely different things. And the experience was happening all on this end, and nothing was happening on this end. Because my brother and sister were looking at me like, what are you talking about? We're fine. There was nobody crying on that end, and yet in the big kids playground, panic had ensued. And that's when somebody went to call the teachers from the staff meeting.
Now, I know you said that time moved very, very slowly for you, but would you be able to guess about how long this whole thing may have taken place after you talked to other people?
No, not a clue. Could have been a blink of an eye, honestly, because we've spoken about it, the few of us, over the course of the last couple of years to try and figure out this time thing. And a lot of us didn't even really realize there was this time thing that had happened to all of us until we started talking about it. And you're like, oh my gosh, yes, I remember that. And do you remember, like, did you get this feeling? And it's like, yes. So how much time do you think it was? I have no clue. Honestly, I could not tell you. It could have been a blink. It could have been 20 minutes. It could have been 30 minutes. I don't know. Break was still going on, so
yeah,
it was still during the break.
Now, as far as you know, were any of the children at all in denial of the whole thing?
I mean, not that I know of. I think there may be some people who chose not to talk about it, of course, who maybe did see something similar, something more. I have no idea. Most of the people, there are also a lot of people on the playground who did not see anything. Who were in our year and who were in the exact same part of the playground who did not see anything.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, I think there's also that's true, and also the grade 1s and 2s were never interviewed, and they were never taken into account as far as what they had seen. I just wanted to throw that in there that there were several grade 1s and 2s were never interviewed that I've interviewed that witnessed that day. So they talk about this number of the 60 children. And I personally think it was a lot more than that because of the grade 1s and 2s that didn't do drawings, didn't do personal interviews at that time with them because the school wanted to protect them. That came from the headmaster himself. But yeah, it is odd that there were some people that did not see anything at all that were there. And it did also seem to rely on where they were, their position on the field. I think everybody at the edge of the playground, most everybody saw that. And they, everybody saw it from their own perspective. Certain people saw it from, saw different things because of their position they were in. Anyway, just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Ray.
Yeah.
Selma, there was a question that came in the chat room. Do you talk with any students as adults about the incident? Now, you kind of mentioned that you kind of put this away for a while, but now that it's come back into your life, have you been able to engage with fellow students now about this?
Yes, 3 in particular. We first spoke and saw each other for the first time since the incident in 2013 or something. And so since then we've been able to talk, I think, a lot more about our own experiences and how our experiences have shaped us. But it took a long time. And I wouldn't say I talked to everyone who has had this experience because I'm not really, everybody has their lives. But there are 3, at least 3 who I do connect with.
That's great. Now, Randy and you have both just talked about different perspectives and some people not seeing it. How about the recounting of this? A lot of times we talk about memory is infallible, and sometimes people remember things totally different than it really happened. Do you see mostly consistencies? Let's go all the way back to when it happened. Did people see basically the same thing I mentioned earlier that, one kid said it had long hair and you didn't see any hair? So were there inconsistencies, and did the deniers or the people that were trying to debunk it, did they focus on that and say, hey, look, this is did you have to deal with any of that?
Not really. I mean, the thing that struck me the most was that over time, these children were interviewed over and over and over and over again. What struck me was that the story was the same. The basic outline of the story was the same. The description of the craft, the description of the being. I've not really met or talked with any debunkers that know enough about the story to even have a conversation with, to be honest. Memory is infallible. And Cynthia Hind, who covered this story infallible, is that the right word?
Maybe that's how it wrong, yeah.
Yes, it is fallible, and because when somebody's in a car accident, everybody saw the same thing, but people see different things about what happened, and their accounts are different. Cynthia Hind, who originally investigated this from MUFON, she said that's what really convinced her the most about the witness testimony was their testimony was not all the same. She said if this was a fabricated story or something like that, the story would be the same. But every child that was interviewed or the adult that was interviewed in the morning, they all had their own experience of the story. It was unique to them. And I think that's also, kind of what I'm concentrating on this film is to. This is a people story, these people that are real people, credible, solid people who witnessed something extraordinary. And, why can't we have these conversations about these incidents, these types of incidents, because they do happen. And I think we need to learn, try to learn something from it.
Yeah, agreed. So I want to ask Selma, you talked earlier about how you think the accident you were in prior to this and also this has shaped your life. Can you talk about how this incident in particular, how it has shaped your life differently than it may have been if it didn't happen?
Sure. I think I'm continuing to learn how it's shaping my life. That's a constant learning curve and will be. But I think that it definitely opened up my mind to the fact that there was more than just us out there. Because whatever I had seen was not of this place. It was nothing that I could connect my 11-year-old mind to. So it definitely opened up my mind in that sense that I just became, I became very open-minded because I never doubted what I saw. I may not have understood it, but I never doubted it. And I knew that there was a reason that I had seen what I had seen. And so I definitely, how close-minded can you be at 11? But it forced me, I think, it's definitely shaped a lot of things that have happened. I always try and keep an open mind about it, and I know that anything is possible, and there's definitely more than just us out there.
Well, yeah. So it's giving you, there's a lot of people that think there's going to be panic in the world if the story gets out there that there's someone. I don't think so. I think a lot of people may kind of handle it the way you have, and basically that is, we're not alone. I mean, there's a quote out there saying, either we're totally alone or there's life out there. Either way, it's very scary.
Yeah, right. Well, and I mean, in terms of like chaos, we live in that already, really.
Yeah.
So it's all about perspective and how we can use this incident to connect to other people's incidences of these experiences and similar experiences, or incidences that are happening more recently or have happened more recently, and understand that there's obviously a pattern here or something that we need to pay attention to. Not in a scary way, but in a way of understanding. And I think that's for us to create. This film is something that helps create the discourse of what that might look like.
Yeah, I really think that's important because, thank you for saying that, Salma. yeah, I think that's, we need to have a conversation about this and our families, open media. And I kind of think, I know what you're saying, Martin, about the panic, people talk about that. I really have a feeling that something like this will bring us together in a way that we've never seen before. Because we get in our spats about different races and our different religions, but we're talking about something else from somewhere else that may have evolved somewhere else. I don't know. But I think the potential for a complete change in a really a good way for humanity is possible through disclosure of this. And I gotta say, like, I think anybody that starts researching this, and this is a film, you do your research making a film and you start to learn about what this phenomenon is about, and you learn about all these other cases around the world, and it really, I just want to just say that, like, you don't really understand how rampant or widespread this phenomenon is until you really look into it. And it's not at the UFO conferences or things like that. It's from real people, and you hear their stories and how much it's affected them and changed their lives. And I just feel we need to. And that's what this film is aiming to do. Is like, let's talk about it.
Yeah. I think that's good. Salma, there was someone in the message room that wanted to know, do you think it had any type of impact on your dreams or intuitive abilities?
Yes, I do, actually. I mean, I understand that it did now. I don't think that I did for a number of years. It took me a while. I am somebody who I like to help people. I like to be there for anyone other than myself, really, which is not always the healthiest. But anybody that is not fully represented, which is what I feel that experience was. It was like, I don't know what you are, so I don't understand who you are. So I'm going to work toward understanding more, and that's what I strive to do that on a daily basis. My education has been in human rights, in international relations, and how we can work together and figuring out how working together helps people. So I definitely think that it helped with that. In terms of my intuition, yes, I think so as well, in varying degrees for many things. Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Now, when this happened, how long would you say it was before people started talking about the possibility of being visited by an extraterrestrial as the answer to what you have no idea of?
I think it was probably, I don't know. It may have even been the first interview, which I don't remember who it was. I think the first interview was either SABC. It wasn't ZBC. ZBC was not the first.
That's true.
Crew that came. I remember that. I think the first crew may have been SABC or BBC, to be honest.
Yeah, it was BBC. It was.
It was BBC, right? Because I remember I had an aunt that lived there, and she saw me on the news or wherever it was broadcast. She called my mom and said, "What's going on?" And so I was like, "Oh gosh, yeah, I guess I should probably tell my parents about this." And that's what I told them. But yeah, it was interesting that our own local crew was one of the first ones on.
Yeah, I can speak to you a little bit about that. It was brought up initially as by some of the kids that it was, some kind of alien or something that wasn't of this world. But the BBC, when they got there, they were very skeptical and saying, "Are you sure you didn't see a helicopter, Air Force jet?" I mean, you went through the reporter just kept asking over and over, "You sure it wasn't a black Zimbabwean that you saw?" I mean, it was very. Yeah, so they had a rough. They had to fight for this. They had to fight in a way that all the kids in a way that I don't think people understand yet, but to be believed, because there was a lot of people around, including the teachers and the staff initially, that just didn't believe them, but except for a few that really knew the kids, and knew that they would not come running into a staff meeting in a panic, telling them about this thing they saw. They just knew that they had seen something that really disturbed them. But I gotta hand it to them. They have really, as a group, stuck together and demanded to be believed.
Yeah.
And you don't do that for a made-up story. You don't do that for a hoax. You don't do that for a made-up story.
We certainly don't do that for a lie, for something we don't believe in. And but thank you for reminding me of that, Randall, because, it's been so long. We were interviewed by so many people. I don't remember who all of them were, but that was definitely one of the crew that I was referring to earlier, Martin, in the sense that, some of the naysayers, but I felt like they were just there to do their job. They were not interested in really what we had to say, nor really believed us. Because I think if you're grilling an 11-year-old or 11-year-olds and younger to that degree, goodness.
Right. How long would you say, I know the time thing you were talking about, but did the teachers actually go outside and try to see what everyone was seeing? Was there ever that point, or had it vanished?
Let me see if I remember this. It took a while for the teachers to come out, by the way. They did not come out immediately, is my recollection.
That's true.
They took some time to come out, whether they were finishing up what they were doing or they just thought, these kids overreacting, I don't know. But I think it took one teacher or some teachers maybe like stepping out to see what was going on the playground. And then they saw that, that people were crying. It was just not a normal day on the playground. I don't know exactly how long it took, maybe 10 minutes for them to come, maybe 15. I honestly don't know. I know they did not come out immediately. Because the people that went to call them called them, told them, came back to the playground and said, we told them that they don't believe us.
Yeah, that's true. I can verify that. And two teachers, grade 3 teacher, and the Shona teacher were the two teachers that came out. They were the first to come out, and then Mr. Brennan came out a little later. So that's the benefit of having all the archival and having a lot of people to find out all those little details, which I can't wait to share. I told Tom this before, to share with the kids, with the people that were there, like all the details, like how it went down.
Yeah.
And because I think it'll be valuable for their own understanding and healing, or how, if something like that happened to me in that way, I would want to know as much as possible. I can't wait to really give them that information.
In the chat room, Michael wanted to know, what would you say if someone said that these beings were from another dimension? Has anybody ever brought that up to you?
What would I say?
Yeah, what would you say to that?
I would say maybe. I know they're not from here, so they're definitely from somewhere else. Where that is, I don't know. But I think that's a good way to start a conversation.
Yeah.
And start dialogue about that. So.
And that was in my opinion, that was a perfect answer. And also in the chat room, someone wanted to know, you talked earlier about it was a Christian school mostly, right?
Yes.
Did that apparently affect your religion or anyone that you know, like to all of a sudden think it was extraterrestrial?
Not that I know of. I can only speak for myself. And when we leave primary school, you're 12, so I don't know if you fully formed what you think yet at all. I highly doubt it. But for me, it did not. I think it didn't really correlate with anything I'd been taught, but I wouldn't say it necessarily went against it entirely. But I also have my own sense in my own mind to reconstruct what that means to me and what my upbringing means to me, and find a median in between. I don't think that one determines the other. I think they're completely separate.
Okay, so in the years of, let's say, suppression, or the years that you didn't want to think about it, did you have like certain triggers, like something like all of a sudden you'd see you know, a movie coming out about extraterrestrials or something like that. Did you have some things that would like bring you back to the reality of what happened?
Yes, there were always people asking me at school. When I went to when I went to high school, there were maybe 3 people from my primary school, 3 or 4 people from my primary school who were in the same grade as me when we moved to high school. And we went to the same high school together, so that story definitely spread. Also, you know, you don't all go to the same high school, so people kind of ask what primary school you went to, and people would be like, oh, Ariel, that's where, you know, that's where you saw the UFOs. And then it would be like, wait, weren't you on TV? Or they'd ask, did you see the UFOs? Or, you know, what did you see? So there were reminders over the course of the years, yeah.
Did you?
Quite a few.
A lot of times, did you always answer honestly, or did you say you didn't want to talk about it?
I always answered honestly. If somebody asked me what I saw, I would tell them. If they asked me if I saw UFOs, I would say, well, I saw something not from here. If they wanted to have a conversation about how I hadn't seen what I had seen, I would just have a conversation and walk away, because I had no capacity for that. Like, I was not going to have my own experience diminished by someone else's inability to even have an open mind to try to understand what my experience was, while like wrapping it under some falsification of the fact that they really didn't.
I have to tell you this because I'm kind of getting a little chuckle out of it, and that is, I have someone in the chat room who's, he's very, well, let's just say, he's not really generous with my guests. He usually finds fault with them. He's gonna laugh when he hears me say that. But here is his phrase: this lady is one of the most intelligent and incredible witnesses I've heard.
Oh my, thank you.
So I had to say that because this is probably one of the only nice things he said.
I am very honored for me to have been a recipient of a nice thing he said. I genuinely appreciate anybody who is interested. You know, I've never asked anybody to review anyone I believe I saw. I just asked for a conversation about it and to not discredit it and shut it down immediately. And so, you know, I think that there's a lot more space to do that now than there was in 1994. We also I live in a different country to where I did before. That was very, very suppressed at that time. I don't know what it's like now. Brando has been back to my homeland more recently than I have, so he can speak to that. But I think that we are we've kind of taken a turn, it's safe to say, where we have the room to have these conversations.
Yeah.
And I'm very, very appreciative of that.
Yeah, I think that, you know, the science is opening these conversations up, because they're, I believe, you're right on there, Samo. Just, you know, that we weren't talking about other planets 10 years ago, knowing that other planets that could possibly support life out there are out there, and we know that now. So, I mean, I think science is, I mean, we might want to start looking at, well, yeah, maybe microbial life and all that, but what if? You know, what if? And if that what if is real, how is it going to manifest in our world? And has it done that already? And we missed it. Has science missed it? That's a possibility. I think that's why the conversation is going to keep opening, and events like this are important. And you know, there's this event in particular has an enormous amount of credible people who witnessed a single event. So it's important.
Yeah. Like I said in the beginning, I do think this is one of the most important cases, and I was really excited that I was going to be talking to you. This sounds like I'm wrapping it up, and it's not, but it's a question that I just don't want to forget to ask. Where do you hope that this film, the Ariel phenomenon, will bring this? What do you hope that will change or help in this whole situation?
Is that a question for me?
Well, I'll ask him as well, but no, for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think, sorry, Martin, it's kind of one day. I think that my hope is that this film will open people's minds to at least having a conversation about the fact that these things could exist. There's other life out there. I think that showcasing children who had very limited, very no outside influence at all on what this experience could have been, but were still brave enough to speak up about it, should attest to the fact that we're telling the truth and what we saw was real and genuine. And that there are other people out there who have experienced and will continue to experience things like this, and that we should be talking about it and understanding what it means, as opposed to just not talking about it and worrying about who will believe us and who won't. That's my hope of what this film is doing. I don't know. I've seen very small snippets of it, so I don't know what it entails, but I know Miranda was a magic one, so it's going to be a lot more than that. But for me, my takeaway and what I think and my purpose that I want to speak of is that I could simply tell my story, tell my truth, and we could have a conversation about it.
Yeah, I love it. That's really good. Well, I might as well ask you that question too. And again, I'm not wrapping it up. We still have 20 some odd minutes left here.
No, it's an important question because I'm trying, in this film, I'm trying to address it not as a woo-woo factor, special effects kind of thing about, UFOs and aliens. I'm trying to, this film is about people. And, there's a lot of different events that people go through that they don't get to be heard. And this is one of them. And it's very similar to other events that happen to people in the world where they either are ridiculed or not accepted. And this particular one is very important. And also the tagline for our film is what do you do when you experience something so extraordinary and no one believes it? And what do you do? And most people, and John Mack talked about this, and many other people have, but a lot of these people go inside and they don't talk about it. They stay silent. And I can't tell you how many people I've met, even outside of this particular incident, who just don't talk about it. They had an extraordinary experience, and they don't tell their own family. They don't tell their spouses. It's just incredible. The lengths they will go not to talk about it because of fear of not being accepted. So I hope, my biggest hope is that this film helps to change that. So we can just be like adults and start to discuss it. And that's my biggest hope.
Well, that's great. So Randy, along those lines, have you reached out to some of the witnesses and they just don't want to talk about it?
Yes.
And what would you say a percentage? I mean, is there a percentage of people?
I would say, I'm trying to do the math here. I would say a good 40%.
Wow.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people also that I just couldn't get to that were willing to be interviewed, but they were all over the world, Germany, but I spoke to quite a few of them. But there's also a lot of people that witnessed this that I spoke with, but were not willing to be on camera. They're afraid, and there's a lot of witnesses that I know exist that I never found. Yeah, I mean, I was impressed by the amount of witnesses that weren't even at the aerial school that witnessed this event happening in the surrounding time. I knew there was some talk of a meteorite entry or satellite, and I really went into that. That was several days before. But these other witnesses were around that, the day before, the morning, the day after. So yeah, I know there's more witnesses out there that I was not able to find.
Well, I think it's interesting that some people don't want to talk about it. I mean, I understand when someone doesn't want to be on camera, but that leads me to wonder if perhaps they had a negative experience with this whole thing.
Well, we talked about, when you guys were talking about religion. So yeah, Ariel was a Christian school, but there were quite a few shown up who had their own religion and like animism, and their interpretation, they believed that it was their ancestors, or there were different interpretations at the school. But one of the witnesses that we agreed to have an interview, and we spoke on the phone, and I went to interview him. This was in South Africa, and I got to the interview site, and he said, look, I don't want to do it. And I said, well, we talked about it, and I asked him, I said, well, why is it that you set up this time, and what's the reason you don't want to go into it? I mean, it was all things to accepting, and he said, well, I feel like that it has something to do with the devil. And I was like, well, it was interesting, and I said, okay, I don't think that's, I told my personal opinion, but I walked away from that thinking, you know what, something pretty big deal happened there. Even if to even bring up the fact that it was something religious, that impactful, said a lot too. I really wish I could have interviewed him. I wish he wasn't so religious about it, and deciding, he was afraid. He was obviously afraid of what happened there. So religion did have an impact, and it had an impact on these kids as a whole, because a lot of the moms and dads were very Christian, and it was very hard to, at that time, to be open to the possibility of just fitting into their worldview.
Right. I get that. Randy, while I have you on right now, and you probably can guess one of the number one questions that I'm being asked in the chat room, and that is, when will the film be out?
Yeah, it has been a really difficult process to make a film like this and make it as good as this, to get the right people to work on it, and that's been the goal. So we're at a really good place. We're probably going to be close to a final in December. But again, a lot of people I don't think understand how difficult it is to make a film of this size. It's, I'm dealing with 600 hours of footage, tons of archival footage. And, the next step is we started working with a composer, and then we have to do a color correction. I mean, we're looking at February, March. But that again depends on distributor, and then we have a lot of, but it's definitely going to happen before the end of spring in 2018. That I do know. And, this is sort of the final sprint to the finish line after all this time and all this research and all this retrieving of footage and interviews. So, I'm very excited to be able to see the light at the end of the tunnel and get this out to the world. So,
well, I know you have a very high standard, and you do an amazing job, and your photography, by the way, is just incredible.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So I understand that you're not just trying to get something out; you're trying to make it a piece that's going to be timeless.
I could have done this. I could have got this movie out in 2 years, and then I started getting more information, finding more people. I'm like, this story, I'm only going to get one chance to tell this story, and I want to do it right, because the story deserves it. There's so many people in this story, the reporters, the witnesses involved, Salma, and there's so many others. There's just a lot of people that, and I like to do, anybody that knows me knows that I like to do things right, even if it takes forever.
Yeah.
I want to be proud of what I've done as far as this work. And I want it to be something for the witnesses so they can have for themselves and to be timeless in the fact that, okay, this is the definitive coverage of this and that, for historical purposes, like you said.
And I was glad to see that Dan Aykroyd stepped up and helped you out with a little promotional.
Yeah, Dan, fantastic. Yeah, Dan Aykroyd was just he's a really big-hearted man. I had interviewed him because he was one of the last people to interview Dr. John Mack from Harvard.
Really?
Yeah. So, because Dan was planning on doing like a paranormal talk show, and it never launched. So, but I found out he had the interview, and I got the interview from him, and he agreed to. I asked him, "Would you be okay with me interviewing?" And he, donated his time, and yeah, I've been getting a lot of great help from a lot of people like that. But we're still doing an Indiegogo. we're still raising funds. It's expensive. Boy, I tell you get it post-production.
Yeah, we had a private conversation a while back, and you were telling me about editing and how costly that is for.
Oh my God.
And so consuming. All right, Selma, back to you. The question I have is, you said at the time you didn't have any fear. Now, do you think you saw something again? Someone asked in the chat room if you ever had any type of encounter. I don't know if you have or have not, but do you think you'd have fear this time, or do you think you'd be the same way if you had to guess?
I think if I had to guess, if I had the experience again, or another experience, I would definitely be more intrigued than I was at 11. I didn't feel afraid. I just wasn't sure of what I was seeing and what I was experiencing at 11. So I think this time around, if it were to happen again, I would definitely be less inhibited.
Really? Wow.
Because I think I have more of an understanding of what my experience was. I don't know if people have multiple experiences like that. I have no idea. I've often wondered about it sometimes. I'd be like, wow, could you just come back again so we can have that chat, let's finish that chat. To be honest, I have thought that from time to time, but I also know that if it's meant to be, it will.
Now, you said you're so incredibly close to this thing. And was it about 3 feet tall? That's what a lot of people mention.
Yes, 3 to 4 feet tall, I guess. I was taller than it was. I'm tall, but I was also very tall, 6 feet. So that was just a little alarming. So I'm like, what am I looking at here? What am I looking at here?
Well, I know how
it wasn't about that high.
I know how kids are and how they like to touch anything. I'm surprised no one tried to touch the bean or the crab.
There's something about those tree trunks as a boundary mark, and I'm telling you, people, we took that very seriously. Nobody crossed that boundary. At all, whether it was your arm or your foot or your toe. I also think that because a lot of us were unsure of what we were looking at, we just knew that we were looking at something different. You're also less likely to, reach out. I certainly was. Curiosity did not get a drink on my path that day. I was not reaching out trying to be like, what is this? But I can only speak for myself. I think just the general feeling and steps on the playground, that probably makes sense. It's like, okay, we're looking at something, we don't know what it is, so we're just gonna observe from afar, which I think incidentally is what they did as well, because none of them came to the playground. Not a single one. at least none that I saw, and none of the people that I am still in contact with when we talk about it, remember the being the actual boundary of the playground.
Well, that is really something. I'm opening this up if someone wants to join us in Google Hangouts. All you have to do is, if you're listening live, all you have to do is just type in your Gmail address into the chat room, and I can join you. So back to you about the in your exploration, Randy, of doing this film. Did anyone try to find trace evidence?
Yes.
At the site?
Yes. That was 4 days later. That was through MUFON, Cynthia Hind, and a technician who had a guided counter, and they actually did soil samples. It was pretty, considering the technology, in Zimbabwe at the time, they used what they could. A couple other instruments that they used, but they didn't detect anything abnormal in that area. So, I mean, that was interesting. Something you brought up earlier, I know the kids had said that the whole hair without hair incident, description of this being. Well, I was wondering, that was a big one for me. I was like, in the beginning, it's like, all right, wait a second. And, that's unusual for one in the research that I did. And then I came upon an interview with a couple of the kids from an archival section that I retrieved out of Africa. And where one girl in particular, she says, yeah, one had hair. One had what looked like hair that was standing near the object. And the other one, which came and approached the playground, didn't have any hair. And I was like, oh, okay. So that one in particular said, okay, I get it. So it wasn't just, they weren't identical. There was definitely more than one. So anyway, I just wanted to raise that because it was a big question for me. Because there was a discrepancy in different reports. Like some said it had a hair-like thing. John Mack had asked the children a lot about that. Like, well, was it actually hair or was it some kind of fur? But there were, from what I've been able to discover, there were two very distinct features.
Wow, that's interesting. I'm glad you did that.
Yeah.
I'm glad you said that. Selma, going all the way back to the description of the being, because you're probably going to be the only one I've ever talked to that actually saw a being like that so close. I shouldn't say that because a lot of people are saying their experiences and see things, but saying we're surrounded by witnesses. When I talked to Travis Wharton, he told me the eyes were the most incredible thing. The eyes were the scariest thing of them all. Do you feel the same way? With the eyes like big and black, like?
Yes. And I can see the picture that I drew vividly in my mind. The eyes were very, very captivating. Nothing like I'd ever seen before, and incredibly magnetic, which is, it almost felt like it took an effort for me to break that gaze, which again, you kind of feel like time is slowing down, if that is the fact that happened. I don't know. But they were very big and very dark and very, very, they were captivating. It was one of those where you couldn't look away.
Yeah,
but you didn't really know what you were looking at, so.
Yeah, one of the children drew a picture where they had pupils. Are you familiar with that picture? Did you see like white pupils in the middle?
I'm familiar with that picture. So he was asked what that was, and he said that it was a reflection of light that he was trying to draw. Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
So we only have about 5 or 6 minutes left. And I want to make sure this is such a great opportunity that I get to ask you all the questions, but I think I'm going to ask you what you could tell someone out there who's maybe experienced this that doesn't want to talk about it or suppressing it or would never want to report it. Do you feel as though you could help them through something like that?
I mean, I think that I would definitely encourage the person to talk about it if they wanted to. I think it also takes the right person to break that in. You have to do that. I almost feel that if it hadn't been Randall, I may not be having this conversation with you. So the approach that the person that you're trying to have this breakthrough conversation with is really, really important. I also think that it's important to recognize that your experience is as important as you make it. And if you want something to be spoken about, if you want to have better understanding, perhaps talking about it in some way, shape, or form is a good idea. I would never begin to suggest what that is because everybody deals with things differently. And I'm not a psychologist, so I don't pretend to have this fantastic understanding of the human brain, but I do know that with experiences come processes, that we all process things very differently. My goal would be to not discredit this person's experience, but to also have them think, whether it's first in journaling or in making little sound bites about what their experience is, to help them understand what that could mean, and that may eventually help them talk about it. Because I don't think that it's just I don't think it's a fluid thing. It most certainly was not for me. I can only speak for myself. But like I said, sometimes those years of suppression or the time of suppression is actually beneficial to you to realize that you're still thinking about this thing really did still happen. You still have dreams about it. You have other dreams about it. You have all these other things that have happened in your life that, okay, this is not going away. What can I do about it? What am I supposed to do about it? And I really do think that it's a transitional thing.
Yeah. It sounds like all processing what you're talking about. Did you happen to keep the drawing or drawings that you did?
I did not. Randall, do you have it? I know we have a picture of it somewhere. I do not have it. We let go of everything.
Yeah.
I just wanted to
I think we're about it.
I do. I've got them all. So I just wanted to say, though, kind of add to what Tom was saying, is that, yeah, I mean, people do keep things quiet, and when they really do need to talk about it, and when you keep something quiet and inside for too long, it manifests in other ways that are not so good, addictions, other kind of things. So I think it is really good if there is somebody out there that needs to speak about it, that they speak about it with the right person, and know who to trust, and take it slow, because some of these times I've run into this with several other kids that were really traumatized by this, and it's something that you have to really take slow, but it's it's part of the culture that we're not being able to speak about it, and that's what needs to change.
Oh, excellent. All right, so we're at we are at the end of our show, and so I guess I really enjoyed it tonight, and I want to ask you in the show notes. I want to say in the show notes there are some drawings, there's some pictures. And you can find that on podcastufo.com. So all that's there. And also, there's I think there's a link to the FundMe page you have, as well as
Phenomenon.com, and then we're doing an Indiegogo. I got to tell you, we did this Indiegogo. We started it to raise funds for the finishing funds, and then we got hit by hurricanes.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we couldn't have picked a worse time to do an Indiegogo campaign. But yeah, if people are really want to help out, we need it.
Yeah.
So thanks.
Excellent. All right. Excellent. Well, thanks so much, Randy. Don't say goodbye yet. Someone wants to say goodbye. Thanks so much. I really appreciate it. Glad you made it to the show. Jeez, it was,
Thank you.
yeah, for a while there. Yeah, thanks so much. And I gotta tell you, you're one of my favorite guests. This was really great.
Oh, thank you very much for having me. It was a pleasure.
Yes, and I hope your future is as bright as I think it's gonna be.
Thank you. I hope so too. I think it will be.
Yes. All right, you take care.
Thank you. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And thanks for joining me in the studio.
Thank you, I'll also let you know next film for this for the year.
Okay, I'll take that. All right. All right, good night, everyone.
Good.
Discover the Ozempic Triso.
As your healthcare provider about Ozempic.
I take particular pleasure in this talk that we're about to experience. I, as a boy, used to do records the country of shopping. I lived with an Air Force family, and there have been UFO reports from that back in August of 1970. Near the city of Moscow, UFO went to the village and destroyed a bunch of troopers, which is what they call horses, and it was a very, very celebrated case. I first learned of the case when I hear about it directly from Dr. John Mack, professor at Harvard, and was instantly involved by it. I'm particularly pleased to now be able to hear the whole story. As Penny said, we have a special guest sitting up here on stage halfway through the talk. But with that, I'd like to draw this to a close and invite you all to join me in extending a warm welcome to a gentleman who's made 3 trips to Zimbabwe to collect material he's been working on it, I gather, for years. Would you join me in extending a warm welcome to our principal speaker, Dan?
Hi guys. The stage. Thank you, Peter. And I want to put a really big thank you out to the Penguins, Jim, and they've been really fantastic. And also for you guys. All of you, and so many people in the audience. Yeah, I really appreciate the generosity and kindness and openness, and hopefully I can share tonight some of my thoughts and journey with this story. Maybe open our minds. Okay, I'm gonna have some. So, Africa. So that's where this story took place. But before I start that, I would like to, who am I? So I am a filmmaker. I've been in the film business since I was as an actor. I did all kinds of things, camera work, and decided to start making movies because I wanted to actually share stories rather than be in them. Part of the storytelling process. I'm also a wildlife photographer, aerial photographer, that's what I do, and technician. And inadvertently, through this film, I had to become an investigator. I did not plan on that. Okay, I'm going to make a movie about this great story. But you end up having to do a lot of research and verifying your data and collecting that, going through archives, researching. Just to give you an idea, and I come from a nuts and bolts kind of family. My dad is a mechanic, and I grew up working in his garage. Restored cars, working on cars every day. So I'm pretty grounded in the physical world. You want to do that. Cars and airplanes and things like that, working on electronics. And on the other side of my family, my mom's a psychologist and my sister's a psychologist. And so I got another dose of, I guess, the helping of the therapeutic world. My sister deals with trauma survivors around the world. There are a lot of different influences that make me who I am. But let me go on and carry on to something that has happened during making of this film. Is I've met a lot of people around the world. Traveled to Africa 3 times, England, all over Europe, Canada, United States. And with some of these things that I've learned about this phenomenon is global, it's worldwide. It's remarkably consistent in reports that come from all over the place. And this is kind of my reluctance of witnesses to come forward. I've had many people come to me and they know to do this movie about aliens and this event. And they've shared their stories with me in private. And they told me not to share it with anybody else. You know, there are people that have shared their stories with me that have not even shared it with their family. And I find that that makes me pretty sad. I find that sad that we can't, that we keep these secrets. You know? And if anything that I want to do in my life is help to change that, so we do not have to keep those types of secrets. And in the process, we help to inspire and become better as a community. So, appreciate that. It's dear to my heart. And there's no established place for those who have experienced beyond their normal human experience to report and get help. Not that they're just not beautiful reporting centers, and I think that's very valuable. But in our society as a whole, we're just not supporting in our medical field or beginning to actually. And largely due to John Mack's work, Dr. John Mack's work early on. But it's something that's necessary. And it's something I call sort of solitary confinement, this quietness, these secrets that we keep. I mean, we all have common experiences of all kinds, yet we keep them a secret. I don't know, we all have them. We all have these things that happen that we don't talk about. And one of them that I think of is, when you're thinking of somebody or whatever, and they call you, somebody in your family, you feel, all of a sudden you start thinking about them. I find that a really common experience for people, but we don't talk about it, and how does it happen? Yeah, and this is more of the same about how extraordinary human experiences are kept secret from family and loved ones. And many involve trauma, and if an individual does not share the secret, the trauma, that has no chance of being healed. Yes, so, yeah, the atmosphere in our society is not much better outlet for sharing experiences such as alien encounters. Dr. John Mack started a program, and the reason Dr. John Mack is important. It's important in his own right because he really put this field on the map in a different way. In the White Palace, so to speak, medical community. But it started a program called the Program for Extraordinary Experiences. And that program is exactly what I'm talking about. That people have a place to go to express themselves and talk about unusual experiences that they have had without feeling like they were going to be ridiculed or not heard. That's kind of the most important thing, to be heard. and this is the guess, I think that the majority of people that have had experiences at this time have encounters with aliens or craft. I think the majority of them have not come forward. And I think in the process, we're losing a lot of information that can be valuable. So I just want to. So the great part of all this is change is happening. And I think this happens slowly. Like everything, like women's rights, civil rights, gay rights, you name it. It never happens overnight. And I think it's the same with this phenomenon with extraterrestrials, understanding that we are not alone. It's taken almost 80 years already. But that's kind of the way it goes. Like it takes a long period of time to change a worldview. And slowly we're making that progress. And this year, I think we saw it. In the last 10 years, we saw it because we started seeing planets. Science has actually been pushing this in a great direction for at least 10 years since we started discovering planets around the sun. That was huge. And not only that, but we started to discover planets that could support life. Which is only the question of extraterrestrial intelligence. Why don't we? Because we don't know. That was a huge advancement. I cannot say, I know Jeremy spoke about it earlier, but it cannot go without the mentioning. The New York Times article came out in December. That was huge. We had a military program with military gun camera footage released for the public. That was huge. It was the first time ever that this phenomenon has been recognized by a government agency since 1969. And there was actually not quite a lot of rebuttal to that release of information. I was surprised. But what does this all come down to? I'm going to get through this and get to the story in a second. But it comes down to worldview. And this is something John Mack spoke about a lot. Our worldview. Our worldview is what we think is possible. Our worldview is what our world is, what we believe in, around us. There's certain things that we don't want to have in our worldview because they're scary, or we don't know, or they disrupt our whole identity of who we are. It's very difficult to change the worldview. John Mack spoke a lot about this, and he was right. Basically boiled it down to this is a worldview issue. That's the UFO problem, the extraterrestrial aliens. It's a problem because it doesn't fit into the worldview that we decided upon, or most of us decided upon for a long time. And worldviews take a long time to change. So, Copernicus, when he went through changing this discovery of the fact that we are not rotating around the universe, we're already rotating around the sun, it took hundreds of years for people to accept the fact that we are not the center of everything. And this is a very similar thing to the alien extraterrestrial topic because it's a place, and several people have said it, Dr. Duncan has said it, many people have said it, it's the biggest blow to the human world, which I believe is true, because we all think we're special. Not all of us, some actually connected to the fact that maybe another more intelligent species out there. but a lot of us don't want to let go of that specialness. Like we're the ones, we're the top dogs in the jungle of the planet, or the universe. So I think that when it's been spoken about, I think that's the part that is changing. That it is actually changing. It's so slow that it's hard to tell that it's moving forward. But it has moved forward, and this year is, I believe, probably going to be one of the most interesting years we've had in a long time, as far as information release and education of not just the public, not just but of the entire public. One of the things I noticed when this New York Times article came out was friends of mine who don't believe in UFOs in the private community, very skeptical, and they saw this stuff on ABC, CNN, Fox, and NBC, and they're like, this is legitimate. I'm like, yeah. So that was an exciting turn of events that I didn't think I would see for a long time. I'm really glad it's happened. So what are we talking about today? I did want to share some thoughts, but we're talking about a film I've been working on for 10 years now. And this is a quote from Dr. John Mack, who interviewed some of these witnesses. And it's a really great question. If it was real, what is it? These are some of the drawings that I'm going to slowly take you through this event, basically show you where this occurred. This is the continent of Africa. Some people don't know it. But right here, Zimbabwe, right here, where this occurred. We'll zoom right into the school ground where this just to give you an idea of where we're at. Very rural community, about an hour outside of Ferrari, capital city, and this is the schoolyard. So, Africa is a beautiful place. It's one of the most beautiful countries I've ever been to. I've been 3 times so far, and I can't wait to go back. Every time I've gone back, I've learned something new about this event, found another witness, and gotten more photographs from the school. This is a drone shot that we did of the school. The school started in 1990. And this is where the kids were. During that time, we were in the playground. So the basic facts on this were, it was a September 16th morning break at 10:30 in the morning at the Aerial Primary School in Zimbabwe, a town called Ngua. Aerial was a Christian school, very mixed population, of mixed race, people that were farmers, people country white farmers, there were a lot of people that were missionaries, there were native people that were there. And it was amazing at the primary school, but also with local residents. The report was that over 60 children saw a silver oval ground craft with pictures of some sort wearing black skin-tight suits. Small in stature, with large heads, large eyes, and having this object. These are some of those children. Some pictures from the school. This is their school bus back in 1994. I'll give you a little some of their class pictures. And they were all asked to draw. It was rather brilliant idea of what they saw. So 60 children really get what they experienced that day. And they also did something they were also asked to write in their storybooks what they had seen. A written version of their these are just some of the drawings. So this is I did a whole layout of the school from satellite and collected satellite images all the way back to '94. It was the one that had access. But this is the playground. This field right here, not there, is all bush and grass. So this is the school itself. These are the classrooms. There's grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. These are all the other classrooms. This is the green building here. Can you guys see the LED thing? Just checking. Okay, they have a swimming pool way out here. It's actually a really large playground. There's an upper field here. This is like the main playground here. And this object was seen here first. So the children had gathered in this point here. They saw a few of them had seen it in the sky and called the others over. And this is where most of them gathered. Here. And they looked out for this object. There was an adult on the field who was in a tuck shop, which is like a convenient, where they sell candy and different things for the kids on the playground. And it was right here, and I always wondered, what did she see? Did she see anything? And she did report later that she had heard a whistling from that area, but she couldn't see it. This really interests me actually, because her viewpoint, and I measured all this stuff out, the window that she was in, it was a very small window, but her viewing angle was that, looking this way. She could not have seen any of this going on. And she actually said she didn't, but I wanted to go through and actually see how this, what the actual reality on the ground was. And the teachers were in a staff meeting here. Their view from here was this way. They could not have seen the children, they could not have seen any of themselves over here. So those are the only adults there. And they happen to have been doing a staff meeting about wages that day. And then there was I'll just basically, basically what was reported, and it was reported by BBC 3 days later, that this craft had landed there or hovered and was seen by them all there, and that they saw these creatures getting out of it. And at least one of them came and approached them here. Because the boundary of the playground was here. There were logs right along here, separating them from all the grass and the wildlife out here. But being approached close to them. There was sounds reported by the kids. A lot of the kids also said that this went on for 15 minutes, which is an awfully long time. That came from two sources, and I'm not quite sure what happened in all that time, but it was curious about. But what has been reported is being approached to children and stared at them. Pretty much that's what occurred, what was reported. And maybe somebody said that they were like staring at one of the children actually, who said that he was like a grandmother staring at a child who'd never seen a child before. And the reports that came from different children that I interviewed talked a lot about that contact, that eye contact with these creatures from traveling in the West. What was interesting also about this incident, because I went there in 2008. This is the headmistress. This is the area where this craft had set down. Once I got there, I was just blown away there to go and see these interviews from Dr. John Mack. I had no idea the school existed until I called people that told me the school shut down, that the school was closed, and I got in touch with a reporter from South Africa who had a relative that was a school belonging to the school, and as soon as I found out it was there, I got on a plane. And through the school, it was not easy. It was a very town in Zimbabwe, just with violence in the country. But when I got there, I found out, wait a second, it wasn't just John Mack who went into these kids, it was the BBC. That's the BBC, the war reporters from the BBC who it took me years to actually finally find him, who wanted to talk to him about it. He said, I've been working Rwanda and all these other countries in Africa, but this story really some of the videos that he shot, but it really disturbs him on a deep level. So the first trip to Zimbabwe was 2008, and one of the things when I got there, they had all their kids' names on a wall. It was the first moment when I wasn't thinking about tracking these people down, but I had it, and I also had Facebook, and I had all these other avenues to find children and so that was a decision I made in Zimbabwe at the time of that and that began a much longer journey. A lot of them had a lot of the children moved to the countries all over the world. Facebook was enormously, I gotta say, but boy, it's a great research tool when you need to find people. So I began to interview witnesses one at a time, and finding them and hearing basically the same story they told as a child. Different witnesses. And one of the things that I eventually over time I collected all the pilots, the BBC footage, the South African Broadcasting Corporation, and also from another woman who was in Zimbabwe TV, children, and then two other journalists reported these shows. So I had 6 different sources, 6 totally separate interviews with these children. And they were all still telling the same story. That was remarkable. And there was time in between. And then, so there was 94, 95, 97. And when they were interviewed by me in 2008, 2010, 2012. And the story really changed. It says a lot. It says a lot. Especially these younger stuff. Stories and not changing the story because they're kids. They could change the story, but they were reporting something, and it's obvious when you see all the interviews. But they're reporting something they saw. They're not looking at this and saying, "Is this story to tell?" You know what I mean? There's none of that. None of the things that you expect to see evaluating the story. So in 2016, I decided to take one of the witnesses back to the school. There was somebody who had been traumatized by it, it was something she never got to be able to share with her family. And so that's part of this movie as well. Is the face what she saw. And that's one of the things that always is a lot of it was like it happened yesterday. It's not something you forget. So what makes this story unique? Well, some of the things I already said, but it was covered by many media outlets. That was essential. This had a lot of credibility. It was not a typical report. Daylight did not follow previous narratives or alien contact in the sense that they were in black. That's a rare event. I mean, aliens in gray, sort of the same description. This report was, there's only 3 others that I know that occurred where they're in black. I don't know where they could have got that. They were making up a story. I had a hard time with that. And I don't believe that they're making that up. There were other witnesses in the country. This I found also. There were multiple anomalies also in the country as well. It basically took place over a 4-day period. The aerial school happened on a Friday. One of the most interesting stories that I got outside of that was 3 pilots that were flying the night before from Botswana to South Africa. And they witnessed something at 25,000 feet outside of the aircraft. They got a craft crossing, it looked like a ball of light, is how they describe it. And it moved across their very front of their aircraft at an incredible speed, and they lost the horizon in 2 seconds. This is an enormous amount of speed. That 25,000 feet, the horizon is much greater distance. And another woman that witnessed something that morning of the aerial school event, who was a farmer who got up at 5 in the morning, which she normally did, and saw an orange ball with a flat bottom. That was in her, she had a chicken run. And you could see it from there. That was the first report on that morning, and the aerial school event happened at 10:30. It started around 10:30 in the morning. So why make a film about this event? Well, I have no idea. It's an incredible story. As soon as I started to find out more and more and more about it, I was like, this is just an incredible story. You've got the BBC involved, you've got a playground with kids who are just like the most honest things. And all this archival footage that proves that, that is not something I have to do. The authenticity of the is there. Consistency of the interviews over time, so true and so important. It was investigated by Cynthia Hine, who wrote the only 2 books in Africa on alien encounters. Covered by the BBC correspondent, who I found it took me 2 years to find this guy. It was tough. And what I thought about doing that, because he was the guy that first came there. He didn't do these things. He came from the war zone, and wasn't like Namibia. It was anyway, he came out of that war zone and came to cover the story. So, and he's asking the kids, he's like, is it more about good? Like, yeah, he was very grounded and wild. But the kids were just like, no, that's not what we saw. No, that's not what we saw. So it was covered by other tribal news agencies in Africa, 6, and it was covered by Dr. John Mackers, a well-known psychiatrist, who did some amazing interviews with these children because he had worked with children. John Mackers, 20 years of his work was working specifically as a child analyst. Am I going too fast? Okay. Now that was a lot of information, and I just want to get as much in as I can. Okay. So, making a film. I mean, I've done short films, 5-minute shorts. The last one was on psychology of listening, and the importance of that in therapeutic environments and life. When we listen to somebody, it makes people feel and sort of gives that person feeling of that you accept them or that you honor them in the process of listening. And then I went to this one. It's totally different animal. Much longer. Within the 60 minutes after the full feature film, it's a big difference. And it was also very, very hard to find funding. It's been a challenge throughout this process because of the travel involved, the way I want to do this. When I realized how good a story it was, I wanted to get the best story out there. And I got Michael, one of Michael Moore's editors, who Fahrenheit 9/11. He's excellent. He won the biggest award for editing. And I've been really just like, I want to take this to a different level. I want to break into the mainstream with a movie that's not special effects, not but something that'll make a difference. So I've been working with 2 editors, and we've moved along quite well. But it's not been cheap, that's for sure. Finding the school, finding the witnesses today, finding the reporters, all that happened. Researching the whole 4-day period. And here's another thing. Jeremy brought this up the other day. I'll worry about it. When you research something, like, it's so valuable to check everything out. I checked out what was going on in space. I checked out what was going on at the White House or any kind of global event, where the earthquake was that day in South America. A private plane crashed into the White House that day. There are a whole bunch of different events just to see like what was going on, like what else could possibly have explained this. So there was a lot of research, and I think it's necessary to do that. Absolutely. And it's like if you want to know, find out what's going on about something, you kind of have to look at every possible angle. And there's some interesting things that come out through that. I actually found a sighting the night before that was from 2 women in Mexico State. There were other events that happened. 1994 was a huge year for sighting. The Ohio thing happened with all the police. Basically these things are out. Anyway, so it's good to search all the avenues if you can. I think it's important to see that actually we got full through page because Jeremy's spoke last Friday, the other night, last night, about just reassuring. Well, the BBC report he said, when you work for the BBC, you have you can't just have 1 witness. You have to have 3, possibly 4, if not more, to say the story back to the witness. So it's that kind of mentality of like just going further to make sure this did happen, this did happen, this did happen, and as much evidence essentially supporting the fact that did happen. Okay. So recovering of the archival, yeah, that was huge. That really makes it really a big deal. And the other part of filmmaking has been very interesting. too much to say about that except it's a business for them. They, as far as being a smaller filmmaker, the first time big filmmaker, yeah, they tend to want to take advantage of you. I've got to say, I've had a lot of people try to knock me off this course on this stuff. Yeah, not in a conspiratorial way, but just people that want to take it for the money and try to sell it and they want to add special effects, do all this stuff, or change the story. And I've not done that, and I've stuck to the story, and I'm not going to sell out. Because I know the story probably better than anybody. But I think it's time to to tell the story the way it should be told. And something that everybody can see. People that have that don't see. Okay, so yeah, just some other thought. How long is this going to take before we really come to the point where we accept that this is very real? I mean, one of the things I've said before is I really do hope there's somebody looking at this at our top levels of our military and government, because they are. But I'd be really disappointed if they weren't, because of how important it is. We as human beings, we as human beings not understand everything by a long shot. But the thing we do, it makes us feel safer, but not necessarily smarter. I think that's most in a sense. We like to feel safe, but that doesn't necessarily. And if we do know, if we don't know something, we sure should be curious, particularly around this issue, to find out and apply resources in that effort. The reason this phenomenon got that way is because it was forced to not stop for years. And most importantly, why is this important? We don't know something, we should be curious to find out and apply resources to that effort. Because there are other species that are more advanced than us, more technologically advanced than us, older than us. It's really important that we know that, because they could decide our fate. That's really true. And I totally believe that we're looking at something that can influence our direction. Maybe in a good way, maybe in a bad way. I don't know. But I think part of my drive is we should know as much as possible about what's going on, so we can understand how that could affect us. So just a brief thing, and I'll show you a trailer of the movie. But where the film is at? It's taken 10 years so far, and I do not feel bad that it's taken 10 years, because friends of mine took their first film took 14 years, and it took place in Africa. And they were all telling me on year 6, and they were like, oh, that's like, you're kidding. But when you make a film on your own, what you go into a podcast, and you just gotta get it done. But it does take time, but over the time that it's taken, I've had more people come forward, I've had more information come out, more those companies that I wouldn't have gotten if I had got fully financed right away when I was going to so it actually worked out in a way. We have a solid rough cut, it's now at 56 minutes, and it is really good. I screened it for some industry people, they love it. It flies by, you don't even realize it's an hour and 36 minutes. You don't even realize it. stop is a good sign. When you lose track of time when you're watching a movie, that's a really good sign that the movie has got you engaged in whatever you're watching. That's a good sign. So I'm happy about that. Funding, yeah, funding is not the easy. And I want it to be the best work that it can be, so that this film will be able to reach a wider audience. More than a traditional film on this topic. We're bringing about change, and this story has what it takes to do so, because it's about people. It's not even really about aliens. It's about aliens because they were there. But this film really concentrates on the beings, how it's affected the human being, thinking, emotionally, how it changes the way you view. It's changing people's lives. And I think that's many people that are out there, some of this audience, I'm sure, it's something that changes their life. And that's one of the things I really want to speak about, like what the movie speaks about. And it definitely does that. So we're 3 months away from the completion. I'm meeting with a funder on Wednesday. I've got my fingers crossed. Really wonderful in the past. Very supportive. So we are still trying to raise that last $100,000 to get it done. We've got 3 more months of editing. I'm doing a lot of stuff now. But yes, so I can't wait. I have been working on this for 10 years. I can't even tell you. Oh my God. But I'm glad that I'm going to stay through to the very end. So, the people that are involved, people that help, got so much help, so much help from witnesses, people, everybody that was involved, reporters, because they all believe that this story happened. Reporters, this is real, man. And interestingly, all these people that were connected to this story, whether teachers or reporters, they kept everything. They kept their journals, they kept pictures, they kept anything that happened that day. They knew whatever happened, they knew it was really important. And it's super glad that they did. Okay, I'm going to show you this trailer. This is one of our trailers. It's about, I won't tell you how long it is. But I had the opportunity to meet this man, and he was a big fan of this story.
There's not so bad. That's how it was when this story hit. School 19th September 94, 12, load time. Did you want to practice? Were you afraid? And what happened, guys?
Well, it was this glimpse in the trees. And this, like, there was a man.
What did you look like?
His face was like this, and his eyes were down here.
I hope that this film gets massive exposure and it gets people thinking about experiences they've heard about and maybe going and researching the history. It's there, and I know viewers that are watching this, they will see it and they will feel kind of vindicated. They'll go, boy, those kids are telling the truth. And I was telling the truth when I had my experience, and it's going to provide a lot of reinforcement. It kind of gives me a sense of satisfaction and vindication, really, because I've had an opportunity to speak about it in many different media, and it's amazing. Everywhere I go, interviewers say to me, well, I've had an experience, or my wife has had, or my father, or something happened to us when we were kids.
You know, so you wouldn't a Harrier jump jet or an aircraft? Something that's above the
It's like in a disc. There's one thing sitting on the side and another thing sort of like going up and down the top. The one had lonely, but the one was standing in front of didn't have any head. He had a big head and big black eyes.
Hard-ass journalists, skeptical as everybody would be. And it was the same story. And I started getting goosebumps.
I don't know, I just thought it was some kind of alien from it.
I was found on death. And then I got in touch with our University and Dr. John Mack.
Do you think it's possible that one imaginative child had a story and kind of stormed it?
I don't believe. I honestly believe I saw something. But for me to actually draw a conclusion as to what it is, I don't think I can do that at this moment.
What is going to emerge from the story is that the children who were in that schoolyard really did experience a super normal event. They have been fabricating this.
My heart beat faster and slower and faster and slower all at the same time.
That was excitement.
Yeah, excitement and scary.
And scary. You heard a noise in the air? What was it like? Like a roar or a buzz or a hum or what kind of a noise?
It was like someone was going to shoot.
And that scared you?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And what did you do when you were afraid?
I ran away from it.
Mm-hmm.
It looked weird because I was just seeing it.
As if to do what?
As if they wanted to come into us.
You know, this is hard. I know it's hard.
John Mack seemed to have brought out that information, or readers to it in a very analytical way. He said, what did you see? What did they look like? What did they do? But we never thought there might be some kind of emotional, deeper effect.
You were saying that you confident that maybe you're trying to tell us something like about the future. Do you think so? Or just what you thought this and was it like?
It was like on the wall, all the trees would just burn down and there would be no air and people would die.
I don't think the world has given John Mack and his work the recognition that it deserves. I think maybe his film may help in time. I think he may be seen as a figure that really shattered convention and in the face of governmental and societal oppression. This isn't new. We've been looking at this since the Bible reported Ezekiel's wheel. I would hope that it builds an interest when people go back and look at the research that has been done before this and say this is not new. He's not onto something new here. He's just verifying it in a scientific way with his academic credentials. And I guess the kind of the button of it all is the case that he was working on, which is the subject of your documentary. You bring the children into the modern age.
We saw distant beings from the stars.
That's how you school. Easiest way to happen is not doing it.
I don't want to deal with it. Coming here and remembering all this. So 20 years later, we still have the same story. I don't care if people think I'm crazy. That's what it happened.
You bring the children to a point where they're interviewed now, many years after the experience. And again, it points to where and how the planet can benefit from these people's experiences.
They do exist. I'm a Christian in my beliefs, in my core beliefs, but that doesn't mean to say that I think there's no other types of forms of life that exist in the universe.
I don't think they need to worry. I think they're just curious. Just fascinated by the beings in the universe. I'm going to do the same if they have the technology.
It taught me to never doubt myself. We're taught to believe as a society that only these things can happen because this is what it has been. But we have to have an open mind. There's experiences like that.
If there was one experience I'd like to relive, it would be that particular experience. That's lived me to be provided today.
Yes, never stop talking about it. And yes, we need all the time that it happen.
It's a long story, is the answer. I think the answer will come maybe in this lifetime, maybe in the next. This is not going to end it all, for sure it's not. But it's all the beginning.
We can't change the world, but we can make a difference. That's the message I have in my heart from what I experienced.
We've got a long way to go to make the world aware, and I think this film could be what sets it right. I'm really excited to see it.
Well, thanks for doing that. I really hope this film will make a change and difference in the world on how we look at this phenomenon and how we judge people that and hopefully in the end help us. But I have two guests here. One of which is going to come up right now or soon. Her name is Liesl. She was one of the witnesses in Zimbabwe in 1994. Just to tell you a little story, when I first got the footage from Dr. Mack in 2008, she was one of the girls. I was like, God, she was just so convincing, you know? And she was one that really struck me a lot and strongly. And I remember thinking, like, God, I've got to find this girl. And they did. And I finally found her, and we communicated, and I met her in 2010, was when I interviewed her first. And I just want to welcome Liesl Fields. You want to go up here? And she's come all the way from England, by the way, which is just amazing. And let me give you the microphone here and set you up.
Witnesses from hearing school sighting that happened in September 1994. I'm now 35 years old. I have two girls. My oldest is 5 years old, and the youngest is 18 weeks. I moved to England in 2003 from Zimbabwe, and actually I still reside. I was 11 years old in grade 6 when I witnessed the sighting. The were playing in the playground when I noticed a silver like silver saucer that just came and it hovered. I then saw two beams come out. I didn't see them actually standing, they were like hovering. They were very white in colour. The eyes were really big, black. They were wearing like a tight black coat, sort of like a scuba diving outfit. But one of them, which I had noticed, had hair. They were also quite short. Now I kind of like received a message from one of these beings, and that was we were harming our planet. I guess that says a lot, because if you look at from 1994 to 2018, I mean, there's been a lot of problems. And we're still experiencing changes all over the world, which seems to be only getting worse. I mean, with that message that I received many years ago, I've always tried my best to give back to the community. And you know, to do my part. I'm a support worker, so I work with people with learning disabilities and mental health issues. I also find this job very rewarding, and what makes it more special is trying to help individuals live a normal life, and also respecting them and putting a smile on their faces. Randolph followed our story from about 2008, and started trying to locate us, locate the past peoples. I think like earlier on, we found them. First time I met Randy was, I think, in 2010. When he came to England and interviewed me, and he heard my story. And then again met in 2013 in LA, when we had like a reunion, so it just wasn't me, that was the only were other past students from area, where we told our story again. And you know, this wouldn't be possible without Randall. I mean, he believed us, and you know, he's carried on with the story. I think when the movie's done, it's going to be amazing. It really is, and people are going to hear what we experienced and what we saw. Finally, I'd like to thank that minimum crew for making this possible, and for us to participate in the UFO Festival, and for us you know, to come and share our story. So thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate that. That was sweet. And the other student we have here today was there in 1984. I actually also found in footage early on. And I was like, who's this? girl. Really, she tells me what she saw. And she's very strong. And I found her in 2010 also in Chicago, amazingly. And I'd like to bring on Salma.
Yeah. Hi, good evening. Thank you all for being here tonight, and thank you especially to Tim and crew for inviting us to be part of this conference and for taking care of us this weekend. Nice to have you. I'd like to start off by telling you a little bit about myself. I was born in Harare, Zimbabwe. I moved to Seattle, Washington in 2001 when I was 17.5 years old. So I have spent half of my life in my homeland, Houston, and the other half in my new homeland. I'd like to take a minute to paint a picture for you of what my life was like in 1996. I was 11 years old. I lived on a farm in a town called Wilmington, about a 25-minute drive from Ruwa, where my school was located. So basically, I lived in the bush. We had 3 TV channels, not because cable was not available, but because it was expensive. And my mother believed in the power of books and encouraged us to read and play outside rather than on TV. We had a rotary phone. You guys know that kind, the one that you literally had to twist your finger to dial around to get a number. My how technology has changed. Now you can call someone with Google Assistant or voice recognition. I say all of this to illustrate that an 11-year-old today is far more world than an 11-year-old in 1994, let alone an 11-year-old from Zimbabwe. And I say this to demonstrate that there was no outside influence to inform what I experienced, not unless you count BT and Jetson. The day of the incident, I was standing next to my then bestie Emma, who you saw in the we were playing our usual games during outbreak time. And she pointed out something in the bushes that was shining. It was maybe about 2 to 3 football feet away. I don't know. It was far. It was so bright. But I suggested that perhaps it was a reflection from the sun on the granite rocks nearby. But we both knew that was not the case. Those rocks had never shone like that before. At this point, people started to gather around and were pointing at the blinding, shiny, flashy thing, trying to make sense of it and what it was. Panic started to ensue. Some children were crying, some were in shock. What we all felt was confusion. All I was thinking of was checking on my sister, who was in grade 4, and my brother, who was in grade 3. I felt, if I felt scared, I was sure that they would too. And being the big sister that I am, even at 11, I always took care of them. In an attempt to comfort Emma and perhaps myself, I reached out and grabbed my friend's hand, and we both saw what I thought were beings. I couldn't tell you if there were multiple beings. If they were, they all looked the same. It was about 4 foot tall. I was very small, 6th grader. And it had the human-esque qualities in that its form was similar to ours, with 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head, albeit an unusually sized head, with very unusual big black eyes. And if they had a mouth and a nose, they were not useful. Our playground was bordered by a boundary of eucalyptus tree trunks, or what we call gum trees. Beyond that was small bush. You see, the area used to be a farm, so the huge areas of bush made sense given where we were. You knew never to be a part of those books unless you were a sporting event. That day, neither the beach nor I crossed the boundary, even though it was 1 to 2 feet away from me. I could have reached out and touched it, but I couldn't move. I was frozen, stopped, literally, in the spot where I stood, and mentally because I could not break the eye lock I was engaged in. There was eerie quietness around me, and in my mind, as we locked eyes, I no longer heard the chaos of the playground. I felt timeless, stillness, captivated by this presence, unsureness of what I was looking at, but knowing it was not the norm. I now know, even if I don't make complete sense of it, it was special. Every time you wake up from a bad dream, it's really hard work, right? As though it's like you're pushing a semi-automatic uphill. If you are able to escape, you feel exhausted and drained. That is how I felt. So very exhausted as I worked hard to mentally break free of this dialogue and my friend's hand so that I could go and check in on my brother and sister. I found them. They're clueless about what was going on in the playground, and my sister later told me that they were more confused by the fact that I had stepped into their side of the playground and that I seemed scared and confused. All I could muster was to hug them and stay with them until the chaos subsided. I often asked what I was left feeling after the incident was over and how I went on with my day. My first thought was, shit, what the hell did I tell my parents? African parents' tolerance for bullshit is on the lower end of the spectrum. My parents were paying a lot of money for school fees. In fact, my mother found out about the event from her sister, who lived in South London at the time, and also asked why she had seen me on the BBC News that day. My mother and father sat me down and asked me to explain what I had experienced. And the 11-year-old me would have seen that from my parents. Afterwards, my mother said, well, you know better than to like to, and you are not a child that lies about things. And just like that, the people I hoped believed me the most had no skepticism or doubt about my experience and my truth. It was exhausting to talk to all the rest. I felt like I had to keep explaining myself because I wasn't sure if the grown-ups believed me. I had no idea what the magnitude of the event was. Heck, I didn't even recognize what it meant for me. Life just continued, and focus was re-centered on school, applying to high school, and taking exams near grade 7. I did have to run the cross-country course next year, which was sponsored, in which parts of the occurrences had happened, but in there, but then when the games had been around. Let me tell you, that year I broke the record and ran for my life. Literally, I was afraid I would see them again or be taken away. So how did this event play a role in how I live now? I didn't talk about it because of fear of retribution. Also, I was tired of talking about it. Also, I needed to make sense of it for myself. So I was what I call a hibernation period until my age in 2008. He literally slid into me again. I thought he was joking when he mentioned wanting to continue Dr. Nash's work and expressed his interest in our experience, and I thought, how the hell did you find me? I reached out to Lisa and asked if Randall was legit, and asked if he had contacted her, and of course we Googled him and did our own research and found out he was the real guy. Randall met with me in 2010 in my apartment in Chicago, and for the first time, I saw the incident in a different light. Randall's ability to listen without judgment, express genuine interest in the case in a non-exploitative way, helped me tackle some internalized issues that I've had with the incident and what came from it. I knew I was learning, I knew I felt the influence, and I knew my truth. Thanks to Randall for sliding into my view. Since 2010, I've been able to live in that truth, so unapologetically. So thank you, Randall, for igniting a spark of truth and for being a great guidance to us all, for being able to share our story with the world in a way that is whole, accurate, relevant, and human. Your ability to tell our story has helped us in ways we will never know. Thank you. And thank you all for listening and for the conversation on other phenomena.
Wow, that was touching. Jeez. That's pretty sweet. So, I'm gonna bring Lisa. Are you still here? Oh, okay. Let's see. So we're gonna do some Q&A. I believe the mics are out there. Cool. So yeah, just in ending this part, before we get to the questions, is I have a website, or we do, aerialphenomenon.com. And we, again, we are trying to get the last funds to finish this movie, and we really gotta make it. It's already made. We just have to do the last things to get it out tomorrow. That's it. But you can go to aerialphenomenon.com, and we have fundraising, different things. You can get t-shirts, hats, you name it. We have some cool stuff there too. And if you know anybody that has deep pockets, we're looking for executive producers and it's important. I really believe that at the bottom of my heart. And as you can see, the witnesses, and there are lots of wonderful ladies and gentlemen who are known people that are amazing to tell stories about something that happened. So, all I want to do is thank you, and we'll move on to Q&A. Thanks.
Hello.
Hi. I'm wondering if you would mind alien communication.
The message I got was if we were harming the planet, and that's just about it. That's the message I got.
Yeah, I think something interesting about that is that in '94, I was kind of usually in Africa. People that just report back, you're seeing images. Yeah, I think it became an image. And yeah, I mean, something that was like a conversation.
Hello, I'm still trying to understand and research how this, elaborate more on how the message was imparted. Is there a voice in your head? What kind of image did you get? How did it feel? Kind of give us a sense of how it felt to receive the message.
I think at that time, I feel it's like telepathic. So I was just like moved straight into their eyes. It's like something that drew me straight into their eyes. I get that feeling inside. It's hard to explain. It made me, I know when after the, because when it came, it was like the eyes were, straight towards me. And I got this feeling, but I felt very, very tired afterwards. And it just disappeared. I'm just wondering if you had any consecutive experience after that, like if you ever experienced missing time later, had any of your brains ever had marks or scars on your body that you could explain? If that was a one-off incident, or do you feel that you were continuing to be contacted after that?
Is that a question for both of us?
Yeah.
I mean, I've had a few things, but I have scars that can definitely be explained. I think for me, really just making sense of all of these things. Most important is to understand what we're doing. Young and perhaps no longer suppress what they was doing.
With me, I don't have a read right here if you want to call it. I'm not so sure, I can't remember exactly how many days after the incident, but I felt myself hovering, and I then found myself on the floor, which I've never fallen out of bed before. So, yeah, that was it. Never ever had anything else after that.
I had a question about did you talk to your peers after the event and compared notes? Like, what did you say you were drinking free from the scale? So some of them were taking, I don't know what it is. Some of you were probably like, I guess I'm trying to get through how many years actually have this.
I don't know if I have an answer to that. I think it's a real question. I will say this, that did talk about it amongst each other for a period of time. We were also looking to so quite a bit of the nonsense inside some of the one by the time when they said so that was September of '94. I was doing myself again, and at the new year, and it's not really talking about it. So that's, to that extent, because we had discussed most people, we didn't discuss so much.
I would say there were I'd say 10%, maybe a little less than 10%. I have some that I know that have but there's certain people that are running this drug as a case that doesn't talk about it. Whether that's traumatizing to them, they don't want to use it, they don't use or they're afraid how it's going to change their life. But so I would say I'm just curious. My body I'm curious, have you ever seen anything online that you thought
I personally have never looked. I just feel like confirmation or validation for what I saw when I was in the house. I realized I was like, yeah, I've never looked. So I couldn't tell you. Because I don't want my memory of what I saw to be affected by something else. Which could be sounds really makes sense, but I don't want that to be
Hi there. There's a question for both of you. Do you have a personal explanation of what alien beings could be?
I still don't know exactly today what it was. But all I know is what I saw. I definitely saw something. Don't know where it's from. Instagram. If I had to see them today, I think there'd be a lot more questions
Right.
that I'd like to ask. Yeah, but yeah.
I mean, I think I feel very similar. I don't believe I have any one answer. I don't know if there is one answer. And I think that, you know, critical of me is unhappiness rather than fixing pieces of the event every day. You know, I'm a lot more aware of things now than I was obviously at 11. That they get something. There's something we did there another time that for us. So I don't have anyone else, but I also think that that's
Thank you. Thank you so much.
How's it? You will.
I just hope my kids don't have to go through what I did. It was quite scary, but also we were quite excited, and I was excited as well. But I just hope that my children don't have to go through, you know, what I've gone through and carrying, carrying the story minutes to walk. 10 years now? Yeah, I don't want to put my kids through that.
Is there a time you plan on
I think when they're old enough to understand, yeah, definitely, I will tell them, explain to them what I see.
for my hypothetical children. I think the great message for me that I've taken away from this is that the ability to live in your truth, regardless of what it is, that's valuable, not just for everybody, but especially for women. We all have. I think there's a reason why you and I are here. This is something that I want to teach my children at some stage that, you know, whatever it is you believe you experience or you feel, own it, and you know, what can you derive from that incident? And what can you make of it and how do you apply it to the rest of your life? What I definitely want is, what I don't want is more, especially for adults, is to suppress which is something in general that we do. Really harboring this for as long as I did, you know, other impacts to my life that I'm now beginning to unravel. But you know, feeling what I feel now, if I'd done that in my 20s, I feel like I would have done it a lot quicker. And so I just want to create a space in which you can have that conversation, much like my mom allowed me to, but not really delve into deeply into it. Maybe I can create a different environment where we can have those deep conversations.
Thank you so much.
With me, after the incident and the message that I got, it just disappeared. No, it just disappeared.
I mean, once I was able to break eye contact, it seems like I couldn't, this was for real, nemesis and stillness. Once I go eye contact and I see it's gone. I wouldn't say I saw it, even if it was gone. And then I went to see it and contact. I personally do not. I personally do not.
I would say nobody feels very yeah, there were no children that I spoke with that there was a lot of awareness throughout the where you know these being seen in one place and then seeing the person again. Really bizarre stuff. And then it seems like you quit, yeah. It was a cat. Yeah.
That too.
So some very strange things happen.
Thank you all very much. First of all, for the see you're getting see people going through some very rough do you see a broader aspect people needing to like listen to but perhaps maybe if you experience or someone else in this experience is possibly
So I think, I've really taken myself and I think that my journey since this incident has been trying to decipher what that people is, and I don't have an answer. I don't know if I ever will have an answer in this lifetime. I know there's a beginning and I acknowledge that there is one. I acknowledge what happened and that's the start. But I don't tend to have a little concept for that. I really don't. I think it's just something that I grapple with on a daily basis, right? So it's one of those things that you just need to get used to it. You're like, oh, it happened. So now it's figured out how to cope with it, right? And so this coping mechanism, you cope with it in a manner in which you're actually working on it and you're really dedicated to figuring out some stuff. That's helpful. If you don't know what to figure out, you don't know where to start. And so I think that's really key for some way I am. So I will be real, I'm going to hit 100 years. So this is similar what were the other types of was it telepathic and was there a call to action?
So, yeah, that's very I'm glad you asked that because there was no call to action, which is one of the things that Dr. John found really interesting. Like, it wasn't some kind of program to like, yeah, you gotta get stuff together. Come on, it wasn't about that. The messages were just showing what is happening, what wasn't happening. So there was no addressing how to fix it. That's a great question. But yeah, and I just had this thought when I was standing here, and I was thinking, wow, this is it. Why Latinos? Because they're sitting here right now. And a lot of these kids will thousands of people, and it left an impression on them. And maybe that is some kind of just kidding. Okay. Do you have any thoughts on that, Rachel?
I feel that it definitely happened for a reason. I mean, the age difference it was quite, I think, from grade one. Yeah, from grade one to grade one. Yeah. Yeah. From grade one to about 5-year-olds. So, well, yeah. So I definitely believe they came to us for a reason. I mean, with the message that I got, that we're harming the world, that was one of the messages. And as kids, I'm sure we don't tell lies, so definitely, it was made for us to spread our word and try and get our story out there and warn people.
Personally, for me, something that I can speak about it is my biggest change. So my favorite spot. So this is the first platform where the reason I have spoken to people. So, yay, thanks, guys. I think learning about this network of like-minded people is very helpful. It has certainly made it much easier to be able to share my story with you in a different way where I wanted to tell you a story that the way that I lived it. What I wrote was something, what I explained to you today was something I had written a little while ago. I tweaked the thing, but I had written it a while ago. So I wanted to write it down in sort of a poetic way. That, but I think being able to tell my story and being unapologetic about it, what I'm deriving from the story is that I think is good, and I'm very happy about it. And I'm glad that I don't just have like one answer, because then I'm like, oh, what if I go that? So for me, that's the biggest change. So learning that there's a network of people who feel the same way, thank you. It makes our ability to share our experience without that much.
Fear of like compared to a feeling that I would have not had following of a part of this overtook you, or was it just an instant smack that
I think for me it was it just grabbed me there and there. Yeah. I think the fear for me was not that I felt that memorizing the did that, per se, but that I did not understand what I didn't know what I was looking at, I didn't know what I was feeling, I didn't know this like, I missed this before, I had no words, I had no verbiage to make sense of what was going on. And as humans, we try to do that, right? We come to multiple things to connect to our experience or something. Try to rationalize and I had no rationalization. So I think not having that rationalization because I simply did not understand or recognize everything. But to say that I felt that I was thinking that I was so maybe other people that felt like they were no, I definitely didn't feel like my life was in danger. Obviously, if they wanted to do something, they would have. I think that, you know, they were just out there for us to tell the story and, you know, tell everyone how we felt, what we experienced. And the message we received, just to get it out there. I think
so I was wondering if that's that.
No, not me. Either of I. The dreams, but that's not it.
I'd say it's hard to get people to talk about that stuff. You know what I mean? I think it's yeah. And they don't know those but it's interesting that they I think it do have another kind of thing. That's more than a few people.
In Zimbabwe in 1994.
Not by humans, by extraterrestrials.
Oh, okay.
It's the whole thing. For example, there could have been a mothership projecting holographic images. Even the craft is holographic images.
I can't answer that. I don't know. I saw what I saw. I received that message, and yeah, that's about it. No.
Yeah, I've had any children who had that experience say that they had any control over that communication or that they were able to respond. Right. That it was very one way, that I'm not sure of.
I think that was just more a sense of freedom. It wasn't necessarily meant to take people because recently when I wanted to we were in the same playground, but we were not next to each other. We were in the past with the neither of us felt fearful for our lives. But that was also not communicated to us. So
through a message. I think it was more of a fee rate. The message was more of
Thanks to all three of you questions for Randall. Will you be able to incorporate see what I will
Yes, absolutely. And some of the most important things in my mind. That's the compact and all the other stuff. But you can see the reporter footage, the report that the the first one there. And covered as everything. You can tell that he's kind of listening to him, but he was doing his job. So I get a lot of so yeah.
I don't mention that everyone is in school and all that.
well, I was more curious, but it is not fascinating. I think my parents' ability to hear me out and not judge or say what was going to cause really helped me realize that belief in a religion that faith in really restore your experience.
Well, I'm a Christian. Well, I believe there's definitely something out there. But as an sense of, my faith, I'm actually going to as well my third school climbing and believe my story as well. We're very much
We went back to class, like nothing happened, other than the first thing around, but I don't know if anything that you have, because we want to help you with that, but my knowledge absolutely not. Right, that's what happened.
So yeah, there was a media team that was on Broadway who treated three other children that were very common, but I don't know the extent. I think the medical man, I think he's trying to sleep. So that's as far as the medical intervention, other than the paramedic, as far as I know, it's really medical. To be able to but they were totally happy. I was traumatized when I did
one of the things
So there's probably one of the few times that we actually didn't have allergies for supervision playground, and that's because they had a doctor, but because we were grade 6s and the grade 7s were taking